Lucas stole out them pint bottles out granny crib. I poured so much I ain't want to live. Told money then, shit we in the wind. I was in the hood when I clipped the bin. Since a young nigga I been ready. Went glass house on every Chevy. In this game I tried plenty settings. It's all or nothing. Hot niggas been got sucker niggas keep suckers with them. One of the reasons I ain't fucking with them. Trish Tech and some more than her. Yeah, she couldn't even afford a winner. I'm open late, don't need a scale, and it's always over. Sneak wishing well, I double down, slick shit to spell. Shawty know I don't kiss and tell. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, faded, faded. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game, and when I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins, and they say time heal. I still feel like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Cover bay, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first. Eat the last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures, temporary circumstances to temporary measures, temporary friends and even temporary schedules, temporary smiles and temporary goals, temporary women sliding on temporary poles, temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game, and when I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins, and they say time heal. Mine still feel like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first. Ass is temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked? Y'all locked? Y'all ready to hang out?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Y'all locked, chat? What we doing?
To the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut alive out what we doing tonight, chat. Double tap the screen, shut alive out what we doing tonight, chat. We got World War III, Iran, U.S. and Israel. They calling it the war to end all wars. Several countries involved in total onslaught. Man, what are we doing? You said my audio's going in and out. What? Chat, press 1 if my audio's going in and out. I don't know, Mama Money. I don't think my audio's going in and out, man. It's showing pretty good over here for me, man. I don't know, Mama Money. Double tap the screen, shut alive out, chat. We got a lot to talk about, man. Y'all know we got this ongoing conflict in the Middle East. We can't expect gas prices, they're saying, to rise. I believe gas prices are supposed to hit maybe $3, $3.10 starting on tomorrow. Let me get my chat pulled back up. Where did y'all go? You said hanging out with you for a little bit. What's up, Mama Money? All right, press 1. Y'all said I'm good. It's fine now. All right, yeah, man. They're saying that we got a lot going on, chat. We got to get straight into it. Man. They're saying for the American drivers, the national average gas price was around $2.98. They're saying tomorrow it's supposed to break above $3 and it's potentially gonna rise 20 to 50 cents more in the coming weeks, man. That's because they got the Strait of Hormuz blocked off, man. Iran really doesn't have it blocked off, but they really suspended tanker transits. They've suspended tanker transits, man. I don't know, chat. They saying right now oil's creeping up on $80 a barrel. It's gonna be $100 a barrel. I'm not ready for $4 gas, chat. I'm just not ready for $4 gas. I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you. I'm not ready for $4 gas. But in other news, we're gonna be looking at the U.S. Central Command. They released some image videos of the strikes. They also fact checked a couple things and dropped the shit that we need to know as far as Operation Epic Fury, the assets employed, the overview, and the types of targets. We're going to get into those things as well. Double tap the screen on your way in. Hope everybody's having a good night. But I really wanted to talk about what went on in Austin over there on 6th Street. Now, I've been to 6th Street before, Chad. I'm not going to lie. And if you've ever been to 6th Street, you kind of know the environment. You know the vibes. You know what kind of people are out there on 6th Street. So for this guy, a 53-year-old from somewhere, I don't even know where the guy's from. I'll pull it up in a second, to go over there and shoot 14 people, unalive 2 people with the property of Allah hoodie on and an Iranian flag t-shirt on up under. It just smells like a psyop to me, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. It smells like a psyop. I'm not saying that it can't be lone actors and people just going to do crazy things, but it just smells like a psyop to me, bro. 53 years old on 6th Street, hit the block twice, jumped out shooting with a pistol, goes back to the car and gets a rifle, bro. A 53-year-old? I don't know, Chad. I don't know, Chad. How do y'all feel about that, Chad? How are y'all feeling about that 53-year-old, man? We're going to get into that as well. What else are we going to talk about? Oh, we got Anthropic. Anthropic CEO did a sit down on not letting the Pentagon do mass surveillance and autonomous weapons. You said, look here, not there, FF. I agree. Yeah, nah, it's a lot going on right now. It's a lot going on right now. I just don't understand. Like, have y'all seen the guy? A 53-year-old on 6th Street. Now, first and foremost, just 6th Street, man, I'm not saying there's not 54-year-olds out there, but it's like, if you know 6th Street, you know 6th Street, bro. Like, it's a different type of environment, man. And just for him to jump out with the property of Allah shirt on, an Iranian flag t-shirt on under it, shoot 14 people with a pistol and go get a rifle, and then is unalived on the scene. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. MK Ultra, something. It's not even, at this point, the shit's not even believable, bro. Like, I'm not saying it's not real and people didn't get hurt and didn't get happen. What I'm saying is the narrative. The narrative. Yes, I do believe people got hurt. I do believe people lost their lives. Prayer to those families. But the narrative, like just some random guy from, I don't even know where the country he's from. He looks like a black guy. Let's just call it what it is. He looks like a black American to jump out with the property of Allah shirt on and an Iranian flag. Like, where does this shit come from, bro? What? You said West 6, this normal, man. It's not normal for a dude with the property of Allah shirt and an Iranian flag to jump out shooting. Nah, hell no, la. You're not finna give me that, not on West 6. You know what? It's Get Weird Austin, man. Let's be real. We know what Get Weird Austin is, man. That shit ain't going on over there. Not from a black guy with the damn property of Allah shirt on, man. You said I've also had a serial unaliver now for about, I don't know what you talking about. You know me. You just talking. You said Venezuela, Iran, they will all be coming for us. Well, I just had a conversation with a guy on another panel. He's in the Caribbean. He says he's about 2 hours away from Venezuela and what was going on over there. And he's saying that, just in his opinion, he's saying that he knows for sure those are fishermen that are getting blew up. Now, he understood that I'm an American and I might have a different opinion, but he was like, look, bro, for me, I'm 2 hours away from this shit. It's reality. To y'all, you just see it on TV. You just hear about it. You know, y'all make a conversation, but I'm 2 hours away from this, man. They're blowing these people up, and a lot of these fishermen don't know any better. That was his conversation. He's from the Caribbean. I'm gonna try to get him on the show. I'm gonna try to get him on the show. You said these Islams are worldwide; they don't discriminate. But what are we talking about? Are we talking about the Sunni Muslims? Or are we talking about the Shia Muslim? What are y'all just grouping all of Islam together? How are y'all approaching this situation, Chad? Because 90% of the Muslims are Sunni Muslims. When we get to talking about Iran and Iraq, those are a different type. So what are we talking about? That I want to know how you guys feel about it. You said what part of Cincinnati was that other shooting? I didn't see the Cincinnati shooting yet, Lynn. I haven't seen the Cincinnati shooting. So I just want to know, like, if 90, so are we, that's what I'm saying. When he jumps out with this, it's a guy. I don't know man, let me find that. I got it. He's from, what country is he from? Here he is right here. I got the guy right here. Senegal. So this guy's from Senegal. Black guy from Senegal jumps out with the property of Allah shirt on, man. So like, and then he has the Iranian flag on there. So I'm just gonna be honest with you. I think he might be those kind of Muslims. He might be the same kind as Iran and Iraq. I don't think he's with the Sunni Muslims, man. I just want to know, Chad. You said Senegal. You say it's Islam, it's what the Quran says to do. But these two, see, Solo, that's kind of a narrow-minded American way of thinking, and that's what, my research and my conversations have brought me to think, to believe, because you're saying that Islam is what the Quran says do, but they believe in different prophets. Like the Sunnis believe in, I think the Shias believe in Ali, the Sunnis believe in something else, man. Like when it comes to divinity. I think that they just want everybody to look at all the Muslims crazy. Honestly, I think they want everybody to look at all the Muslims crazy. Don't matter if you look like a Middle Eastern Muslim, if you look like a nigga Muslim, if you look like, I think they just want everybody mad at all the damn Muslims. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not a Muslim, chat. I'm just speaking what I see. Like Solo just said, it's Islam. It's what the Quran says do. Like he's jumping them all together. But when you get over there with them, I don't think they look at each other as the same. They pray different. They bow different. They do all kind of shit different, man. So what are we saying? Yeah, Tony, I believe something smells fishy too. Y'all hit the like button, chat. We're gonna get into the news in a second. I just wanted to do a monologue, sit and hang out with y'all for a while. And you said they were property of Allah shirt while having the Quran in his car. Like what? I know the facts. He had the Quran in his car. We know the facts. Well, Solo, since you know the facts, was he a Sunni Muslim or was he a Shia Muslim? What did he believe? Because they have two totally different, they got two totally different things going on. That's like saying a Southern Baptist and a Catholic is the same damn thing. Like it's differences, bro. And I believe the psyop is to make everything look the same. Honestly, I believe the psyop is to make everything look the same when there are differences. Right, you got Sharia law, but I don't think they're called Sharia Muslims. They're like Shia. It's like Shia. It's like Shia and Sunni. You said it's the Holy Land they've been fighting forever. They have, Ed. They have been fighting forever, but you got to understand that what's going on right now, that's my stance on it, is that they've been fighting forever. They're going to keep fighting. It's going to keep going on. But at this point in time, I look at it like this. Okay. People got hurt in Austin, Texas. People lost their lives. That's a fact. I'm not debating that. People were injured and people lost their lives. Straight up. I'm saying that it might be more to the story. Public opinion weighs heavy on how this war, quote unquote, or conflict plays out. Without public opinion, there's going to be a lot of pushback to this, quote unquote, administration. Now, when we as Americans are watching our TV screens and we see a nigga jump out of a car with a pistol on West 6th Street in Austin, Texas, shoot 14 people, unalive 2 of them with the damn property of Allah shirt on and Iranian flag shirt on up under it, I get to looking at it like, is this trying to push public opinion? Like, hey, man, whether he did it on his own as a lone gunman to push public opinion or whether it's some real fishy shit going on. This was a statement to be made. He went on a fucking mission, whether he went on his own mission, his mission for Allah, or his mission for some deep state bullshit, man. He went on a mission, man, and he probably knew he wasn't coming back for it. It was to make a statement. And I just, I look a little deeper than just the surface, chat. No Diddy. I look a little deeper than the surface, Yeah, but that's cool, Solo. You said they both have the same Quran, and I'm pretty sure with research they have done some atrocities. Shit, what the the Christians did a lot of atrocities too, man. All the religions got some atrocities going on, man. It's probably like, man, what's the ones that want world peace and don't never want to fight? It's probably the only religion that ain't had nothing going on, man. We can't forget about what's going on now, Solo. I don't know, man. It's a lot of atrocities that have came behind religion. I say this all the time. All borders, other than natural borders, have been created through bloodshed and text. Atrocity is in the eyes of the beholder. Some people will call it an atrocity. Some people will call it justice. Some people will call it divinity. What was supposed to happen. Depends on what side of the coin you on. You said, where do I think he came from? They said Senegal. They say he's been here for a while. He's from Senegal. You said the Amish do not fight. The Amish don't have a country behind them really either, Miss Money, Mama Money. The Amish don't have just like a defined country that'll, put belt their ass for them. A lot of these religions have countries that will put belt their ass for them. Why am I lagging, chat? What the fuck am I lagging for? Am I lagging? It's just crazy. Am I lagging? You said the people are poor. You said, isn't the Amish like in? But nah, I don't think that the Amish are just tapped out of society. They do their own thing. They don't really use electronics and shit. I met this one Amish dude. He was smoking weed, but he wasn't allowed to have like a phone or nothing. What did the Christians do? And what did the Christians? Man, Solo, if you never heard of the damn Crusades, what are you talking about? What did the Christians do, man? Shit. A lot of shit got burnt down in the name of Jesus, man, and Christianity, man. Come on now, Solo. Let's not act like that didn't go on, Solo. We had libraries being burned down. I'm a Christian, Solo, but I can recognize what went on. Like, I'm not gonna say the shit didn't go on. Like, come on now, Solo. You said, what's that map? Oh, that's on world maps right now. What's going on, Kates? That's the world map right now. That's just something for y'all to look at while we had a monologue. I know lately I've been coming on playing a lot of clips and doing reactions. Y'all ain't really got to hang out and, have back and forth with me. So I was like, we're going to chill out for the first 20, 30 minutes and just have a conversation before we get into the show. You said, dude, you're talking too scared like an MF or he get blown up, but no, sir, that ain't a fisherman. If you ever seen a fishing boat, that ain't a fishing boat, dude. Those are speedboats. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Naomi. I think you're way behind in the show. What's up, Just Talking? Um, yeah, I think he's behind in the show. You said, like, y'all got to do better than the Crusades and what we did and why we did. I mean, but it's still an atrocity. So let's see, that's the thing. It's like you'll highlight other religions and other groups' atrocities, but when it comes time to atone or address certain situations when it's near and dear to you, you coddle the situation. It's not even that you coddle it. It's more that it doesn't matter. Okay, it's cool. Like that, you downplay it. That's what it is. It's like when it comes to atrocities and genocide, and I ain't even supposed to say that word. G is G when it comes to G, and when it comes to, you know, atrocities throughout the world, it's like those are highlighted. That's the worst shit in the world that can happen. But when it comes to some shit that's near and dear to us, we downplay it. Like, so what? Oh, it wasn't that bad. I mean, damn, have we really thought about how many people died, brother man? What's up, Just Talking? What's up, Drip? A lot of people died, man. A lot of people died, man. So hit the like button, chat. I just don't another thing too is with these situations going on, now they're saying that the soldiers need to be on high alert. They're telling the soldiers not to wear their uniforms in public. They're telling them to delete Snapchat and Uber, and some of their um devices may have been compromised. We got Trump hacking Iran state media. It's a lot going on right now, chat. And I believe a lot of this here is to, you know, get support, man. Most people do support, you know, Iran not having nuclear weapons, but they want limited support. What they're saying is they don't want boots on the ground. They don't want this to be ongoing. They want, look, get in, get the fuck out, man. It is what it is. Make sure that the nuclear program is truly obliterated like it was supposed to be the first time. Most people are cool with that, but they don't want ongoing conflict. So when I see shit like this, and it's kind of like, I don't know, bro. Like, is this to sway public opinion? Is this to get the public behind some shit? Y'all know my stance on it. I think we should mind our own damn business. Do I think Iran should have nuclear weapons and shit like that? I mean, if they don't got it, fuck it, they don't need it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think we should be over there meddling around. You said I'm from Texas. What happened in Austin? This guy right here, I'm gonna pull up his picture in a second. A gunman opened fire outside of Buford's backyard beer on West 6th Street, unaliving 2 people and injuring 14 others. 3 of them are critically injured. The suspect is a 53-year-old Nadiga I don't know, man, 53-year-old, a naturalized U.S. citizen originally from Senegal. He was shot and unalived by Austin police after using a pistol from his SUV and then a rifle on pedestrians. The FBI is investigating as a potential act of terrorism. He wore a hoodie reading "Property of Allah" and an undershirt with an Iranian flag design. A Quran was removed from his vehicles. Photos of Iranian leaders were found at his residence. Timing follows recent U.S. Israeli strikes on Iran. Authorities emphasize he acted alone. Motive remains under review. That shit, bro. That shit doesn't even read out right, bro. Like, that shit doesn't even read correctly, dude. They said he hit the block, chat. They said he hit the block, turned on his flashers, jumped out with a pistol, started shooting shit, and then went and grabbed a rifle, bro, before Austin PD put his ass down, sent his ass back to the lobby, man. You said, wow, he wasn't FBA, man. FBAs don't do shit like that, man. FBA get into it, it'd be some other shit going on. FBAs don't just run up and randomly shoot motherfuckers. Man. Come on, man. It'd be shit going on. I told you this was gonna start up in March. Why did you think March? So 35,000 Iranian people, only 3 U.S. so far. Is that accurate, man? How many? Man, listen, it shouldn't have been 3 U.S. citizens, man. It's only 3. Man, it shouldn't have been 3. You want to be all the way out? It shouldn't have been 3. Hell, shit. It shouldn't have been 3. 57 seconds is a long time to be shooting. I ain't gonna lie. 57 seconds is a long time in a shootout. 57 seconds in shooting is a really long time. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. You said, is this to soften up the Middle East for Israel, or is this about the midterms? It's an ongoing conflict. If we go back to Trump not wanting to ending the nuclear deal with Iran, we got to go all the way back to that point. With Trump ending the nuclear deal with Iran, it's like that was the precursor for all of this to happen. I'm not gonna say it's to soften up Iran for Israel. I mean, of course, it's all working. It's a situation to where quite a few objectives are getting accomplished at once. You know, everybody has their hand in the pot. So one thing about war is that you have to have a clear, defined goal. So what is America's clear, defined goal with this conflict or war? It's regime change and to stop the nuclear program. That might not be the exact same goal for the Israelis. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things working right now. So when you pose that question, we have to look at it from who's the beneficiary. If we're going to look at it in an American way, Iran doesn't get the 3 nuclear warheads. They give up the centrifuges, totally scrap the nuclear program. San Francisco, New York, whatever, all the cities and states in between are safe from another world nuclear threat. We have Russia, we have China, we have North Korea. Israel is the ally. So, with Iran coming, there would be quote unquote potentially another nuclear threat. So if we're looking at it through the USA's lens, then we're stopping them from getting the nukes. We don't have to worry about getting hit mainland, at least from them. And regime change, a little bit more friendly. We got to understand too that a lot of the global supply of oil goes through there. So we got to look Venezuela, then Iran. You know, it's about the money too. BRICS was proposing a threat. Venezuela was a pillar of BRICS. Now we have oil prices shooting through the roof. It's all working. You just take control of Cuba's oil supply. You have a de facto blockade in Iran because nothing's moving. Nobody wants to insure that shit. Iran didn't set a blockade out. It's just that it's fucking war going on. Like, man, insurance companies not trying to pay for them loads. They probably on the phone right now. Like, I wish you would take my shit through there. Let's be honest. Do I think Iran has the capability to reach mainland America with an ICBM? I think that I don't know if it was as close as they say it is, but it is an ongoing threat. This is going to be something that we've heard about it for years and years, decades. It was going to be an ongoing thing. So especially with the way AI is advancing, yeah, probably, Drew. Probably, maybe not immediately, but yeah. Yeah, prayers for the soldiers, man. Prayer for everybody. Iran said they're firing on anything that comes through. They have been. Like I have this right here, chat. Hold on. This is from U.S. Central Command. They're saying they put out a fact check right here. Let me see. They put out a fact check and it says basically the guy, I believe, who was it, the US ambassador to Iran, he got up there and was like, hey, we're only gonna attack US bases and stuff. But the US Central Command put out a list of everything that they had attacked. Here it says during the UN Security Council meeting yesterday, the Iranian ambassador to the UN stated their response has been directed solely and exclusively at the bases and assets of the United States. Lie. The Iranian regime has actively targeted civilians and has attacked more than a dozen locations, including Dubai International, Kuwait International, Zaid International, Herbal International, Fairmount Palm Hotel, Burj Al Arab Hotel, Crown Plaza Hotel, Port of Dubai, residential areas in Beit Shemesh, residential areas in Tel Aviv, residential areas of Arabview Towers, and residential areas in Qatar. So yeah, they're saying that those are all the civilian places that have been hit. There's also I'll say it differently. Iranian state TV has put out a statement saying that they struck something in Dubai and allegedly, all right, there it is. There's now circulating a report claiming that 6 senior CIA officials were unalived in the UAE after a precision strike hit a residence used by agency personnel in Dubai, with 2 others reported injured. The strike is described as part of the missile barrage launched by the IRGC yesterday. This is unconfirmed, but this is coming from Iranian state media. So according to Iranian state media, that's what happened. I wonder how many combat drones we have now. Anthropic better get right. No, what's crazy is I seen how they said Bill Gates came out and apologized for what he was doing. Chat GPT gets the damn largest contract ever. And Bill Gates owns, a portion of that. You remember Bill Gates? We used to talk about that initial $10 billion, the $10 billion, what was it, 13 billion that he gave Sam Altman and them. Yeah, that's what's crazy right now too. I got that interview loaded up too, Drip, with Anthropic CEO. I believe I forgot who he did the sit down with, but I got that interview loaded up. We're gonna watch it here in a little bit. Yeah, y'all hit the like button for me, chat. We got to get to 100 likes. You said you waiting on the market to open tomorrow. Yeah, they say gas is supposed to jump to $3 tomorrow. I should have filled up tonight. Say gas will be nationally about $3 tonight. I mean tomorrow. It should push to 310. They say if this conflict lasts into the beginning of the summer and spring, end of spring, beginning of summer, we talking about $4 gas. I'm not ready for it. They gave Bill that contract Friday. Yeah. Yeah, they getting big money. All right, Chad, let's get into the episode, man. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. I think I got too many on. All right, this is what they're saying that they used on chat. Operation Epic Fury, first 24 hours. These are the U.S. assets that they employed. B-2 stealth bombers, Lucas drones, Patriot interceptor missile systems, THAAD anti-ballistic missile systems, F-18 fighters, F-16 fighters, F-22 fighters, A-10 attack jets, F-35 stealth fighters, EA-18G electronic attack aircraft, airborne early warning and control aircraft, airborne communication relay, P-8 maritime patrol aircraft, RC-135 reconnaissance aircraft, MQ-9 Reapers, M142 high mobility artillery rocket systems, nuclear powered aircraft carriers, guided missile destroyers, counter-drone systems, refueling tanker aircraft, refueling ships, C-17 Globemaster aircraft, C-130 cargo aircraft, and it says, and special capabilities that we cannot list here. So that's coming from U.S. Central Command. That's where this is coming from, directly from U.S. Central Command. It says the overview, first 24 hours, U.S. Central Command commenced Operation Epic Fury at the direction of the President of the United States. CENTCOM forces are striking targets to dismantle the Iranians' regime security apparatus, prioritizing locations that pose an imminent threat. We're going to see that term keep coming up, imminent threat. The operation started February 28th at 1:15 a.m. Target location, Iran. Types of targets, command and control centers, IRGC Joint Headquarters, IRGC Aerospace Forces Headquarters, Integrated Air Defense Systems, ballistic missile sites, Iranian naval ships, Iranian naval submarines, anti-ship missile sites, military communications capabilities. So those are all the places that they've hit so far. That's crazy, Chad. That's crazy. All right, let's get into it. Let me get some clips, man. I got some clips queued. Y'all double tap the screen, chat. Share the live out, man. We're 25 subscribers away from the next level goal, man. I'm glad y'all sat there with me. Had a little discourse before we started the show, man. I love picking y'all's brains sometimes, seeing how y'all feel about certain situations.
That is when I think he will look for an off-ramp or an exit to this and find
Houthis, the Hezbollahs of the world, might getting
dead. This wretched and
they were created. Hezbollah in Lebanon was created by Iran, and their whole purpose is to defend Iran. And and then when Israel did the 12-day war last year with America coming in the end, they didn't do anything. So now they're doing a little, and now it's just giving an excuse for Israel to just, I think, kind of hammer them hard now.
Yeah, that is potentially true as we're seeing
No, I don't see
counterattack by Iran, and you can imagine the barrage from the United States and Israel moving forward. I do want to ask you, because potentially with this,
we finna listen to Trump talk.
Collapse, is there still a window and opportunity for diplomacy, for a potential deal over nuclear? Because that also at the center of this. The United States doesn't want them to have any nuclear capability. Is there a possibility that there's windows for talks, for negotiations at all?
There certainly is, especially with President Trump, who is always willing to talk to almost anybody and always willing to cut a deal if he thinks it's a good deal for the United States. And he said he'll talk to the regime. Who he'll talk to, I have no idea. And maybe he means Witkoff will talk to the foreign minister. But there's certainly the possibility. I don't see the regime doing it unless they're going to suffer even more pain. And it would, I think, have to require, it would mark a change of, that could mark possibly, if it's a sincere negotiation. With the Iranians, every negotiation has basically been a lie. But if it's a sincere negotiation because they're hurting so much, it could all offer a way out if there's like, maybe it could mark an opportunity to have, if like a relatively reform-minded person from this regime is able to work some out. I personally am extremely skeptical. I mean, there's a regime of hardliners, so so I think it's unlikely, and I also think if they want to have negotiations, but a real serious negotiation, not like we saw.
before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything
Is this
possible
AI Trump?
where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemy.
So yeah, Chad. At this point, Iran wants America to put boots on the ground. Like that's what the only way Iran has a chance, like to get a win to make America look bad on the world stage. I watched a lecture on this earlier. Is basically to get American boots on the ground, surround America because Iran is a very mountainous region, very mountainous over there. So I don't know, man. It just keeps taking me back to this Austin shooter, man. I don't know about this dude, man.
Enemies, and they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons, would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have
What's
to
up,
face
Dorsey?
a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have
Dorsey, I don't see you typing in the chat, but I seen you sent the jewels. That's crazy.
been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold.
So this is why Trump has to say this. So the lecture that I watched was from last year, and the guy was actually speaking about this because we can't. Long story short, if we put boots on the ground over there and it's not enough boots on the ground, it's going to be a hostage situation. They'll be encircled. They're in the mountains. Resupplying will be very, very hard because the helicopters will get shot down. Anything coming through the mountain range will get ambushed. They'll put blockades on the roads. You can't get a tank through the fucking mountains. It just kind of is what it is. It's a bad situation. So we need the Iranian people to step up and overthrow this, to do the boots on the ground work. So I believe that was why Drip posed a question earlier, why wait until 36,000 of those people had been unalived in the streets, 32,000, whatever it is. That's a great question. Now that I see the embassy getting attacked over there today and the Marines having to, send some people back to the lobby, it's kind of crazy, I do think that this situation is going to develop. I just think that with what happened in Austin and they're putting out a whole warning about be ready for the sleeper cells or the lone wolves and things of those sorts. I don't know. I can't say who wants it, man, but I believe that this is to, push public opinion, man. It's very, very, very crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, just think of like this guy ran out there today and he pulled out a pistol and a rifle, shot 14 people and unalived 2. What if he would have went out there with some shit strapped to him? That changes the whole narrative of this game. We would be having a different conversation right now. If he just went in there with something strapped to him and that shirt on and that whatever, man, like think about it. They wouldn't like it's just a different scenario, man. So I just, try to look at it from all angles.
Be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, just listening in there to President Trump talking about this, saying that the United States will avenge the loss of those 3 U.S. service members killed there in the Middle East following these attacks on Iran. He also said, quote, sadly, there likely will be more from this extended conflict. Operation Epic Fury unfolding over the last several days. So now just some 36 hours since what happened there in the heart of Tehran, cutting off the head of the snake, so to speak, with that, the Ayatollah.
I'm gonna be real, Dorsey. I don't think you hidden because Mama Money can see you, Dorsey. You might have a fucking block on your channel, bro. Like we might not be able to. The U.S. might not be able to see you, Dorsey, because I don't think anybody from America sees your chats. It's only Mama Money, and she's somewhere else, Dorsey. You be talking real crazy in the chat too, so they might got you on a damn shadow ban, Dorsey.
The supreme leader of Iran. A live picture right now as well in northern Israel as we're following the latest. The IDF also showcasing and saying that sirens are sounding following a projectile fire from Lebanon, potentially from Hezbollah, one of those Iranian proxy groups that we talked about so much over the last several years, and a potential kind of bookend right now to what's going on with the October 7th attack. We followed that very closely here on Live Now from Fox, and it was a barrage of missiles coming from the United States over the last several days as the U.S. and Israel pounded targets across Iran on Sunday, dropping massive bombs on the country's ballistic missile sites and wiping out warships as part of an intensifying military campaign. Those blasts, they rattled windows across the country, set plumes of smoke high into the sky. More than 200 people have been killed since the start of the strikes that killed Khamenei and other senior leaders.
To challenge them, what's the path? To actually having that regime go away, as bad and awful and terrible as they are, you can't fix every problem in the world at the point of a gun.
Is there a concern in your eyes because President Trump's saying this could last 4+ weeks? Is your concern that it spans beyond that? The American people lose patience in another war there in the Middle East. Is that a concern of yours?
Well, yes, but understand the American people don't support this now. They didn't support it when it got launched. They didn't have any patience before it started. I don't think they have any patience to lose. I mean, polls show that somewhere in the mid 20% of people in this country support this operation. So there's never been any support. I mean, from a practical standpoint, the concern of it dragging on is more casualties, more of a disrupted.
You can do the hell up out of here, man. Let's hear from the ambassador, man. Let's hear from
to Iran right now because we're being joined
Iranian
by the
ambassador
Abbas Araghchi. Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you for joining us this morning. Who's in charge of Iran right now?
Damn, get straight to it.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me in your program.
Hey, y'all hear that chat? He didn't want to say it, man. They didn't unalive the damn Ayatollah. They didn't kill the Ayatollah's whole line of succession. Allegedly, they inserted another Ayatollah. They sent his ass back to the lobby too, man. And then the first question y'all gonna ask the damn foreign minister is who's in charge, man. Yeah, they knocking down leadership like dominoes over there.
Well, I think now there is a procedure set in our constitution that when we lose the supreme leader, there would be a new one elected by the Assembly of Experts. And now we have started the procedure. There is a transitional council of the president, the head of judiciary, and one jurist of the Guardian Council. These three would decide, are in charge right now, and they will actually arrange the election of the new leader by the Assembly of Experts. And the members of the Assembly of Experts are elected themselves by the people, every 4 years or every.
We've just reported that 40 senior commanders were killed in the first minutes of the strike. How much damage has this done to your military infrastructure?
Well, we have lost some.
No, I didn't see what Pierce put out, but I did see Keir Starmer said that he's gonna let the U.S. launch strikes from the British missile silos. Man, Keir Starmer said he's gonna open that bad boy up for the U.S. to launch from the British bases.
Some commanders, that is a fact, and the names are already announced. But another fact is that nothing has changed in our, military capability. This is exactly what happened last time. You remember in June when Israel attacked us, they killed some of our top commanders at the beginning of the strikes, but they were replaced very soon. And in less than 12 hours, we were able to start retaliation. This time, it was even, faster. In less than 2 hours, we started to retaliate by attacking, Israeli targets and American bases in the region, and we have continued to do so. So our military is in place. They are capable enough to defend our country. Even more, they are more prepared and capable than previous war, before 12-day war. Quality-wise, quantity-wise, they are in a better position. And I think you have seen how they, acted so far.
President Trump issued a warning overnight, warning the Iranians not to retaliate. He said they better not do that. If they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. How do you respond?
Well, I don't think any leader of a country has the right to say so. No, we are defending ourselves, and we have every legitimate right to defend ourselves. What the United States is doing is an act of aggression. What we are doing is the act of self-defense. There are huge differences between these two.
That's what I'm saying, Chad. Like, I'm looking into this dude right here, and it's like the guy was from Senegal, right? Senegal is a Muslim country, but they're Sunni Muslims. So it's like, for him to be wearing the Iranian shirt and him saying, and I understand the property of Allah, but him to be wearing the Iranian shirt and go on a fucking suicide mission on West 6th Street in Austin, and he's not even the same kind of Muslim as these people, is kind of crazy. That's a little crazy, bro. I'm just gonna be all the way honest.
So one should tell, the President of the United States, do not attack, do not, make any aggression against another country. But nobody can tell us that you don't have any right to defend yourselves. We are defending ourselves, whatever it takes, and we see no limit for ourselves to defend our people, to protect our people. Just look, yesterday they struck against a school. So far, 148 girls, students have been killed. And this is a big massacre. This is a war crime. And you say we don't have any right to defend ourselves?
You say you want to protect your people. You say you want to protect your people, but your own regime, according to the estimates we've seen over the last several months, is responsible for the killing of up to 30,000 of Iranian citizens.
Well, we have already answered this accusation. Let me to explain. We were faced with a terrorist operation. It was first protesters, demonstrations, which was legal. According to our constitutions, our people have the right to protest and to go.
Man, I'm looking at it right here, man. Majority of Senegalese Muslims follow Sunni Islam, particularly Sufi orders. I did ask. You said if I don't know, please ask. I did ask.
For gatherings and demonstrations. They did it from 28 December to 7 January. We had legal protests. Everything was fine and nobody was killed. And then on 8th January to 10th,
Yeah, I see you,
we
Dorsey.
faced
I
with a
see you
terrorist
now.
operation. Armed elements were added to this question, and they started to shoot at our police forces, our security forces, and then they started to shoot at ordinary people, even to protesters. Why? Because they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Since the president of the United States had already said that if there are killings, he would come to rescue. So they wanted to actually drag him to this question. So they started to kill people. So that was a terrorist operation for 3 days, and the number of killings were exactly 3,117. And the names of those victims, all of those victims have been already published by us, together with their identification number. If anybody claims that the number is more, as you said, 30,000, 50,000, whatever, please show one evidence. Please add one more name to the list we have already published. So please be fair. Out of those 300, 100 people, we have announced 2,500 as martyrs because they were killed by terrorist elements. 200 of our police forces have been killed.
These people don't value life. Do y'all hear how he's talking about these people who have died in the name of this shit? Man, listen, chat, if they ever take me out, man, don't let nobody talk crazy about me like this, man. Make sure they listen, man. I know he said they died as martyrs, but just the lack of fucking care. It's like, man, if it's another person, just whatever, we'll add another name to the list. If it's 50, that whatever, just tell us and we'll add another name to the list, man. Don't let nobody fucking play with me like that.
1,500 as martyrs because they were killed by terrorist elements. 200 of our police.
Listen.
Out of those, as you
listen
said,
how you talk
50,000, whatever. Please show one evidence. Please add one more name to the list we have already, published. So please be fair. Out of those 300, 100 people, we have announced 2,500 as martyrs because they were killed by terrorist elements. 200 of our police forces have been killed by those terrorist elements. If somebody shoot at a police department officer in the United States, how do you react? Do you just give him permission to do whatever he wants because he is a protester? No. So please distinguish between two different stories.
Well, we have seen evidence of newborns killed, of children's killed, and the numbers are certainly higher than what.
Man, y'all heard what he just said. Man, most of these people were protesters. What are we supposed to do? He letting your ass know you protest, fuck around, die, dude.
You have claimed.
Yes.
Are those who are celebrating the streets right now subject to the same kind of discipline?
What's up, Leo? What's up, Tony?
Shootings
What's up,
at ordinary people, at ordinary cars who were passed through the streets, and so many
What's up,
people were
Exec?
killed, blindly by these terrorist elements because they were ordered by Israel at that time. They were instructed to kill people and give a big number of killings to the president of the United States. We have their voices.
What's up,
instructions which coming from Mossad, from outside, to these terrorist elements who are ordering them that kill police officers, if not police, kill the boy and girl in front of you, because they wanted killings.
Is a negotiated settlement with the United States still possible?
Well, you answered this question. We negotiated with the United States twice in the past 12 months, and in both cases, they attacked us in the middle of negotiation. And that has become a very bitter experience for us. In last June, we were negotiating. We had 5 rounds of negotiations, and we had already fixed the 6th round for 15 June when the Israeli attacked us, and then the US joined the attack. And this time, we had 3 rounds. Last Thursday, we had a very good discussion, very good talks in Geneva. Both Iranian and the US delegation were happy at the end of 7 hours of negotiations. And I can go into the details of what we agreed and how a deal was at our reach. And when we concluded, the Omani foreign minister, who was the impartial intermediator between us, he concluded by saying in his post that we made significant progress this time. We were able to come to a good understanding on some of our differences. Some other differences were left for the next meeting, and we decided to go for Vienna, to send our technical teams to Vienna on Monday, which means tomorrow, to go to the IAEA, and with the help of the International Atomic Energy Organization, try to find technical solutions for the political problems. And we both believed, I mean, the both delegations believed that this is possible. So a deal was at our reach, and we left Geneva happily with the understanding that we can reach a deal next time we meet. And it was very unfortunate that those who are against peace, against diplomacy, against negotiation, when they understood that diplomacy is going on well, they decided to spoil it, and they created a build-up in the media, against the Islamic Republic of Iran, against, the desires of us, against, and they made lots of accusations against us. They created false information and disinformation, and they finally get to their, to what they wanted. They dragged President Trump. They convinced President Trump to attack us unprovoked and unwarranted.
Mr. Minister, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
They got him the hell up out of there. All right, chat. This is the Austin shooting at Buford's. This is the shooting at Buford's in Austin, Texas. They said the guy from Senegal went out there, shot 14 people, unalive 2. Please double tap the screen, shut a live out. Like I said, I did my research. Most of their community over there are Sunni Muslims. So if he's Lebanese, they say the Lebanese community over there are Shia Muslims. Now, if he's not Lebanese, it's going to be kind of crazy that he's wearing the Iranian flag. I'm just going to be honest with you. What's up, Cheryl?
Field Office, and then EMS Chief Rob Lukert. And we are going to take minimum questions. Just be mindful that this investigation is still ongoing when we are talking about this. And all the information we're providing is preliminary. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here. This is, as I indicated earlier, obviously an extremely significant moment and a very significant event. It is one that has brought significant trauma to our city, and our hearts go out to the individual victims and their families as a result of this event. I want to reiterate something I said earlier this morning, and that is my deep thanks and pride in the work
What's up,
done
Chainsaw?
by our first responders and by our police. There is no question in my mind that the quick response of the police officers and of our EMS personnel and those professionals made a difference and saved lives. That is an important thing for us to keep in mind.
Oh, chat, they said a Waymo was blocking the emergency services from getting over there to help. When this shit was going on, they said a Waymo, one of those driverless taxis, was blocking off the damn road.
Go through this, and we go both the trauma of this and the investigation, and that is the very professional, extremely competent and quick response of our police and our EMS personnel saving lives under these circumstances. The other thing I will point out is that this is, and you'll hear this from professional law enforcement here in just a moment, this is an ongoing investigation. We are going to work to make sure that the public has information as thorough and as rapidly as is professionally appropriate as we continue with this investigation. But I'm going to let the professionals tell you more about that. I just want to make sure everybody understands we're doing this well and we're doing it right, but that sometimes takes time. But we'll make sure that the public has the information as rapidly as is professional and appropriate. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our police chief, Lisa Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, appreciate your leadership. Again, condolences to families. And there are families right now that are unfortunately identifying their loved ones. We have families that are at hospital rooms waiting for
What's up, Naomi?
surgery. That's the reality of what we're dealing with today. So let's talk about what happened, what we know. Around 1:58, we had a call came in that someone was shooting around the bar, Buford's bar. We know that a vehicle, a large SUV, drove several times around the block in that area. At one point, he put its flashers on, rolled down his window, and began using a pistol shooting out of his car windows, striking patrons of the bar that were on the patio and that were in front of the bar. He then proceeds westbound on 6th Street.
I'm doing all right, Naomi. Chat, I need everyone to double tap the screen. We got to get the likes up in here. The like button might be at the top of your screen. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. So this guy is driving around on 6th Street, hitting blocks. So that's nothing new on 6th Street. Like, people block around 6th Street all the time looking for parking. Parking's not just a given on 6th Street, especially not good parking. Good parking's definitely not a given on 6th Street, so they probably didn't see anything out of the normal of him just blocking.
Goes to Wood Street where he parks his car, gets out, once again, starts shooting his gun at some people that are walking by. He then walks east on 6th Street. At that point, everyone knows the amount of resources we use on East 6th Street. A large crowd, a large entertainment area here in Austin, where officers along with EMS and fire are staged for the weekend. And so you're talking, when this came out, we were about 55, 56 seconds away coming from east to west Austin, and that saved multiple lives. As the officers were responding, again, our suspect was coming toward East Austin, or East 6th Street. Officers were coming toward him, and at the intersection, he was shot, and he was killed. At this time, again, I want to thank our partners, our federal partners, our EMS, fire, crime scene, our victim services that are on scene. Again, this is really tough time for the city of Austin. At this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to FBI for some comments from them as well.
Dennis, nah, 6th Street's cool or whatever, but that was really never my vibe. Like, I like 6th Street during South by Southwest. Now, if it's South by Southwest when they shut down 6th Street and it's going on, I like that. But when it's just a regular weekend, Friday, Saturday at the bar on 6th Street, nah, I'm cool, bro. I'll come hang out with y'all.
Thank you, Chief. Again, Alex Dorn, I'm the acting special agent in charge for the San Antonio field office of the FBI. We want to extend our deepest condolences as well to the victims and their families of this tragic incident. I also want to sincerely thank Austin Police Department and the officers for their
What's up, Mark?
Extremely rapid response to the incident. There is no doubt that those officers saved countless lives with their quick reaction.
I wonder what kind of rifle he had.
Respond to the shooter and address the threat. The FBI is working in lockstep with our partners, with Austin Police Department. We have members from our evidence response team, as well as...
You said, where were they? Downtown Austin, downtown, man. 6th Street is man, you downtown, man. You where it's going on at, man.
Our many other specialty teams, including our digital forensics folks that are on scene, helping to address the scene. and gather additional evidence.
Thank you, Sheriff, for the
Obviously, it's still
membership.
way too early in the process to determine an exact motivation, but there were indicators that on the subject.
Sheriff said, please hit that like button, everybody. Help us expand the channel, man. Also subscribe, man. You're gonna come back anyway, man, because that's just how the algorithm work. Y'all know y'all done seen me before quite a few times. Gotta scratch my neck like that. Y'all done seen me before quite a few times, man. Come on, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live. It's crazy.
And in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism. Again, it's still too early to make a determination on that. That's why we are investigating it.
You said an AR.
Partners with Austin Police Department. I just want to say, conclusion, we are committed to seeing this process through to the very end, and we will continue to work very closely with our partners with Austin Police Department. Thank you.
I want to also ask our chief, Lukrich, to come up and say a few words related to emergency medical services.
Good morning, Rob Lukrich, Chief of Boston Travis County EMS. Again, our condolences go out to all the families that were involved in this. Austin Travis County EMS received the first calls at 1:59 in the morning. As Chief Davis stated earlier, we had medical care on site treating patients within 57 seconds as part of a program between Austin Travis County EMS and the Austin Police Department, where we have paramedics embedded with the teams during the peak of entertainment hours. All total, we had more than 20 EMS resources that responded to the scene. We had all critical patients off the scene within 24 minutes and all patients off the scene within 47 minutes. In total, there were 17 patients treated, 3 were pronounced on scene, and 14 were transported to local hospitals, 3 in critical condition. And with that, I'll turn this back over to Mayor Watson.
Yeah, if you have some questions, we'll, as it was indicated, we're going to be able to answer a few questions. Again, I want to say that because this is an ongoing investigation, we want to get as much information out to everyone that is in a professional and appropriate way. So there may be some things that we defer on, but if you have questions, please feel free. And
we're just going to point you out, so we'll take it started here. So we heard from a source that there were potentially, we've been told that there were explosives on the suspect's car. Can you confirm that?
So once the subject's car was identified, of course, we need to make sure that we're operating safely within that car. There were some things inside the car that gave us concern. So our EOD responded to ensure that there was no bomb material, that type of thing. So that was cleared pretty quickly, that we felt confident that that was not an issue.
So
there were no bombs, no.
Thank you.
You said nothing good happens at 1:59. That mean the club was finna be over. Most of that shit out there closes at 2 in the morning anyway. So 1:59, people coming up out the bar.
Was he ever in the bar with guns, or when did he?
He never entered the bar. Like I said, he drove by, was firing outside the window with a pistol. Once he exited the vehicle after parking on Wood, he exited with a rifle at that point.
Can you kind of just describe the general setup of police and EMS presence in this area of town on a typical Saturday? A little more about that.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show what that coordination is. We know, East 6th Street is a large party atmosphere, and streets are closed, they're open. We're mitigating a lot of people in that small space. And so to have EMS, to have EMS, fire, and Bay PD together working, it is just for things like this. And so again, we're very fortunate in those partnerships, and we work very well together. Very proud of that. And it showed that it worked. Again, I feel like a lot of lives were saved from this. We will be having a briefing tomorrow. Don't have the time yet. We'll get that to you. We'll have more information at that time. Yep, go ahead. Yeah, definitely.
Yep. EMS and the Austin Police Department have worked closely together for a number of years. However, there's been significant investment over the past 3 to 4 years in that partnership, including adding dedicated EMS resources to the entertainment district on the weekends, as well as supplemental paramedics that are embedded with the Austin Police Department on various apparatus, including like Polaris Rangers and things that can rapidly respond in the event of an active shooter situation. Those resources were deployed this weekend, and those are the individuals that arrived on scene. There are several up every weekend evening, as well as the additional resources that we have dedicated to the entertainment district.
All right, chat, hit the like button, man. We finna see from our Anthropic CEO.
You are Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Great. Well, my first question to you
Hey.
is why won't you release Anthropic's AI without restrictions to the US government?
Yeah, so, we should maybe back up a bit for a little bit of context. So, Anthropic actually has been the most lean forward of all the AI companies in working with the US government and working with the US military. We were the first company to, put our models on the classified cloud. We were the first company to make custom models for national security purposes. We're deployed across the intelligence community and the military for applications like cyber, combat support operations, various things like this. And, the reason we've done this is, I believe that we have to defend our country. I believe we have to defend our country from autocratic adversaries like China and like Russia. And so we've been very, lean forward. We have a substantial, public sector team. But I have
Hit the
always
like button,
believed
chat.
that, as we defend ourselves against our autocratic adversaries, we have to do so in ways that defend our democratic values and preserve our democratic values. And so we have said to the Department of War that we are okay with all use cases, basically 98 or 99% of the use cases they want to do, except for two that we're concerned about. One is domestic mass surveillance. There, we're worried that things may become possible with AI that weren't possible before. An example of this is something like taking data collected by private firms, having it bought by the government, and analyzing it in mass via AI. That actually isn't illegal. It was just never useful before the era of AI. So there's this way in which domestic mass surveillance is getting ahead of the law. The technology is advancing so fast that it's out of step with the law. That's case number one. Case number two is fully autonomous weapons. This is not the partially autonomous weapons that are used in Ukraine or could potentially be used in Taiwan today. This is the idea of making weapons that fire without any human involvement. Now, even those, I think that our adversaries may at some point have them. So perhaps they may at some point be needed for the defense of democracy. But we have some concerns about them. First, the AI systems of today are nowhere near reliable enough to make fully autonomous weapons. Anyone who's worked with AI models understands that there's a basic unpredictability to them that in a purely technical way we have not solved. And there's an oversight question too. If you have a large army of drones or robots that can operate without any human oversight, where there aren't human soldiers to make the decisions about who to target, who to shoot at, that presents concerns. And we need to have a conversation about how that's overseen. And we haven't had that conversation yet. And so we feel strongly that, for those two use cases should not be allowed.
The Pentagon has told us that they have agreed in principle to these two restrictions, and they wanted to strike a deal. Why couldn't an agreement be reached?
So there were, there were kind of several stages of this, all done quickly and kind of all, determined by the kind of 3-day, the kind of very limited 3-day window that they gave us, right? They gave us an ultimatum to agree to their terms in 3 days, or be designated a supply chain risk or Defense Production Act. I guess we'll get to that later. But during that time, there were a few back and forths. At one point they sent us language that appeared on the surface to meet our.
This is what they supposedly used in going to get Maduro. Not the fully autonomous, but this guy's weapon, like their AI-driven systems, is what they supposedly used to help them go get Maduro.
Our terms, but it had all kinds of language like if the Pentagon deems it appropriate, or or to do anything in line with laws. So it didn't actually concede in any meaningful way. And there were further steps of it that also did not concede in any meaningful way. We have wanted to strike a deal since the beginning. If you want to get a sense of the Pentagon's position of it, the Pentagon spokesman, Sean Parnell, the day before, he reiterated their position: we only allow all lawful use. And this was the same as when they sent us their terms. So they have not exceeded they have not in any way agreed to our exceptions in any meaningful way.
The president posted today in response to the situation, their selfishness, referring to Anthropic, is putting American lives at risk, our troops in danger, and our national security in jeopardy. What do you think? What's your response?
So, in the statement we issued yesterday, and also in the one we issued today, we said that we were willing, even if the Department of War or even if the Trump administration takes these unprecedented measures against us, this kind of supply chain designation that's normally used against foreign adversaries, we have said that, even if they take these extreme actions, we'll do everything we can to support the Department of War to provide its technology for as long as it takes to offboard us and onboard, a competitor who's willing to do these things that we are not willing to do.
Prepared to exit.
Yeah. So we have offered continuity. We're actually deeply concerned about this. We're deeply concerned about the kind of interruption of service, which is exactly what's happening when we're designated a supply chain risk, right? When we're designated a supply chain risk, they say, you have to be off all of our systems. And I've talked to people on the ground, uniformed military officers, who say this is essential. Not having this will set us back 6 months, 12 months, maybe longer. And so that's why we...
Chat, y'all ignore the trolls, man. The volume can't be that damn low. Everybody else been listening, man. I'm ignoring the
tried
trolls.
so hard to try to get it, to try to get a deal. But again, the 3-day ultimatum, the risk to designate us a supply chain, the whole timeline has been driven by the Department of War, not by us. We are trying to provide continuity. We are trying to provide the services. We are trying to provide it. We are trying to reach a deal here.
So then what does this mean for the safety of Americans?
Yeah, I would say a couple things. In the short run, it means, and it's up to the Department of War. We're still trying to reach a deal with them. We're still trying to talk to them.
Are they talking with you?
We've received various communications. We haven't seen anything that satisfies our. We haven't seen anything that satisfies our concerns. But I mean that just in the broad sense that we are still interested in working with them as long as it is in line with our red lines.
But it sounds like you're still really far apart, and now Secretary Hegseth has determined you all a supply chain risk and said what he said. So do you think it's possible at this point to come to an agreement?
Look, an agreement requires both sides. We, for our side, are willing to serve the national security of this country. We are willing to provide our models to all branches of the government, including the Department of War, the intelligence community, the more civilian branches of the government, under the terms that we've provided, under our red lines. We are always willing to do that, right? We don't take offense here. The reason we're providing our technology in this way is that we want to support the national security of the United States. We're not doing it for the sake of Pentagon officials. We're not doing it for the sake of a particular administration. We're doing it because it's good for the national security of the United States, and we're going to continue to do that.
Why do you think that it is better for Anthropic, a private company, to have more say in how AI is used in the military than the Pentagon itself?
So first I would say, and I think this is an important point, no one on the ground has actually, to our knowledge, run into the limits of any of these exceptions. These are 1% of use cases, and ones that we have seen no evidence on the ground have done. Now again, I can't say what their plans are. That we don't know. But we have no evidence that these use cases have actually run into trouble. We've spread across the Department of War and other parts of the government without running into any of these problems. Now, in terms of these one or two narrow exceptions, I actually agree that in the long run, we need to have a democratic conversation. In the long run, I actually do believe that it is Congress's job. If, for example, there are possibilities with domestic mass surveillance, government buying of bulk data that has been produced on Americans, locations, personal information, political affiliation, to build profiles. And it's now possible to analyze that with AI. The fact that that's legal, that seems like, the judicial interpretation of the Fourth Amendment has not caught up, or the laws passed by Congress have not caught up. So in the long run, we think Congress should catch up with where the technology is going. But Congress is not the fastest moving body in the world. And for right now, we are the ones who see this technology on the front line. I would expect that the Department of War, I would expect them to be thoughtful about these issues, to proactively, think about these issues. And so I would have expected them not to have any concern, and for us to have a conversation. But I think in the absence of that, we need to look at the technology. We need to look at what it's capable of in terms of reliability, and we need to look at the ways in which it's getting ahead of the law, and in which it's escaping the intent of the law. Those are some very narrow areas, but I think that they're important. These are things that are fundamental to Americans, right? The right not to be spied on by the government, right?
What's
the
up, Nobi?
right for our military officers to make decisions about war themselves and not turn it over completely to a machine. These are fundamental principles.
But in the name of fundamental principles, why should Americans trust you, the CEO of a private company, to make these decisions instead of the federal government?
Well, I would give two answers to that. One, we are a private company, right?
Yeah.
We can choose to sell or not sell whatever we want. There are other providers. If the DOW, the government, doesn't like the services we provide or the way that we make them, they can use another contractor. This would have been the normal way to handle this, right? Just to say, I would have disagreed, but I would have respected them if they said, DOW, we don't want to work with Anthropic. Our principles are not aligned with yours. We're going to go with one of the other models. But they've both extended that to parts of the government beyond the DOW and tried to punitively revoke our contracts beyond DOW. And they've done this supply chain designation thing, which basically says that if you're part of if you're another private company who has military contracts, you can't use Anthropic in a way that touches those military contracts. So they're reaching in to the behavior of private enterprise. And it's very hard to interpret this in any way other than punitive. To our knowledge, the supply chain designation has never been applied to an American company. It has only been applied to adversary, like Kaspersky Labs, which is a Russian cybersecurity company that that is suspected of ties to the Russian government. Chinese chip suppliers, being lumped in with them, it feels very punitive and inappropriate given the amount that we've done for U.S. national security.
So you say you've done so much for U.S. national security. You're adhering to these two restrictions that you want to keep. Do you think that Anthropic knows better than the Pentagon here?
We don't look. One of the things about a free market and free enterprise is different folks can provide different products under different principles. Remember, this isn't just about terms of use. This isn't just about, this is what our model is legally allowed to do. Our model has a personality. It's capable of certain things. It's able to do certain things reliably. It's able to not do certain things reliably. And I think we are a good judge of what our models can do reliably and what they cannot do reliably. And I think we do have a good view into how the technology, again, is getting ahead of the law. But I would say again, I actually agree with you that this is not tenable in the long term. I don't think the right long-term solution is for a private company and the Pentagon to argue about this. I think Congress needs to act here. And we are thinking about that. We are thinking about what Congress could do to impose some of these guardrails that don't hinder our ability to defeat our adversaries, but that allow us to defeat our adversaries in a way that's in line with the values of in line with the values of our country. But as you know, Congress doesn't move fast.
No.
So I think in the meantime, we do need to draw a line in the sand.
So until Congress acts, you're saying you are going to hold firm here. But there are so many other companies out there that do business with the U.S. government.
Yeah, it's all
Boeing builds aircraft for the U.S. military. Boeing doesn't tell the U.S. military what to do with that aircraft. How is this any different?
Again, I would say two ways that it's different. One, I would point again to the newness of the technology, right? When a technology is well established, then I mean, there are lots of technical things about aircrafts, but I think a general has a pretty good understanding of like how an aircraft works. Aircrafts have been around for a long time.
But there's plenty of innovation inside the aerospace industry.
Sure, but not at the pace that we see with AI. AI is moving so fast. I've talked often about how AI is on an exponential trend. The models, the amount of computation that goes.
Somebody got to hold the line for
every
us.
4 months. We have never seen anything like this pace of innovation.
But if that pace continues,
That's crazy. He said it doubles every 4 months. Moore's law was what, every 18 months. Now we've cut 18 months from Moore's law down to 4 months. Is crazy.
pace,
Yes.
then the U.S. government will never be caught up. So how does that logic apply if you have long argued that you want to work with the U.S. government to provide, the appropriate national security? If it's going to be such a fast development for the foreseeable future, Congress can't catch up. Then why turn your back on this?
I think there's only catching up once, right? So the pace of the technology is fast. The issues that arise are few, but very important.
What's good, OG pal?
We only have two of these: domestic mass surveillance, fully autonomous weapons. We need to have a conversation with Congress to help them understand some.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Listen to how he's saying it. Domestic mass surveillance and fully autonomous weapons. Man, you put them two things together, man, it might be crazy. A dystopian American future, bro. We're cooked. Because if he doesn't do it, guess what? They gonna get somebody else to do it.
Some of the risks associated with it. Again, this is the most American thing in the world. No one wants to be spied on by the U.S. government.
Cooked,
no
bro.
one wants to be spied on by the U.S. government.
At the exact same time, some of our greatest adversaries have technology that is either quickly catching up to us or will eventually do so, perhaps already caught up. And so
we can do a
if our
panel
military
tonight.
is critical to defending the American people and critical to our democracy, freedom, the republic, why stay in this position and say, no, we're not going to cooperate?
Again, that's an abstract argument.
Hey, chat, look, we're 4 subscribers away from the next sub goal. The next 4 subscribers, let me know you subscribed and you will get a shout out. Everybody hit the like button. I'm finna get the panel together. We're going to do a panel, StreamYard.
But let's look at the actual two uses. Domestic mass surveillance.
Solo trying to come up. Steve, you might want to come up here for this one because Solo is going to support everything going on. Steve, I know you was against everything. That might be a good one.
Does not help the U.S.
That might be a good one.
Catch up with its adversary.
Oh, and Top Cat, I'll verse myself a little bit about what's going on with the Sunnis and the Shia and the Iraq conflict, how Iran remembers what happened to Iraq, so I'll verse myself a little bit on that too, Top Cat.
Domestic mass surveillance is an abuse of the government's authority, even where it's technically legal. So that one we can rule out. Fully autonomous weapons, there I actually am concerned that we may need to keep up. It's not, the technology is not ready. And so we are not, as I said, we are not categorically against fully autonomous weapons. We simply believe that the reliability is not there yet and that we need to have a conversation about oversight. And we have offered to work with the Department of War to help.
See, I'm not against what this guy is saying. It's just that he's really, I'm taking this as a fucking warning. Like what he's saying is fundamentally true. Like he's saying, look, man, we might need this shit one day, but we need to get Congress to approve. I'm not trying to be part of, like, hey, let's put this shit to the vote, man. Let's let the representatives do their fucking jobs, man. I don't want to just give the damn green light because this shit can get bad. It can get bad quick. But what that lets me know is the shit's gonna happen anyway, Chad. Shit's gonna happen anyway. We're fucking cooked.
Develop these technologies to prototype them in a sandbox, but they weren't interested in this unless they could do whatever they want right from the beginning. And so, again, we need to balance the existential need. No one has emphasized it more than me, to defeat our adversaries, but we need to fight. We need to fight in the right way.
And did y'all see like the soft launch to this? Y'all remember when Trump signed the executive order that banned all AI regulation? Remember, DeSantis didn't say a bitch ass thing about it either. DeSantis just, he didn't say shit. DeSantis talked all of that shit about Florida wasn't finna go for that AI regulation, man. Trump put that fucking executive order down, bruh. We didn't hear shit, man. DeSantis got to talking about no property taxes and shit, man. Let's be all the way honest. This is what this guy's dealing with. He's trying to regulate AI inside of his company. When Trump and his administration put down an executive order for no AI regulation, we seen what Hegseth said. We read that memo that Hegseth dropped saying that this is an AI race. This is a race. This is wartime. We don't have time for red tape and shit, man. We got to try this shit and ask questions later. That was all a soft launch to this shit that's going on. Domestic mass surveillance and fully autonomous weapons, man.
This is like saying
There are plenty of countries
if
and
our
adversaries.
adversaries commit war crimes, shouldn't we commit war crimes as well? I'm not saying this amounts to war crimes. What I'm saying is that the essence of our values is that we have to find a way to win in a way that preserves those values. We can't just be a total race to the bottom. We have to have some principles, and these are very few. This technology can radically accelerate what our military can do. I've talked to admirals, I've talked to generals, I've talked to combatant commanders who say this has revolutionized what we can do. And these are just the very limited use cases we've deployed so far. And so why harp on the 1% of use cases that are against our values when we can pursue the 99% of use cases that are in favor of that advance our democratic values and that defend this country, and we can even try to study that last 1% of use cases to understand if there is a way to.
Right, but even the unmanned drones are still hybrids. There's still somebody giving an okay. When we're talking about fully autonomous weapons, we're not just talking about the AI carrying out the strike. We're talking about the AI okaying the strike too. That's the difference between a hybrid and a fully autonomous. The AI is not going to seek any okay. They're not going to be like, hey, can I shoot this guy right here? No, it's going to make its own decision and act accordingly. That's what fully autonomous is.
Do them consistent with our values. That is our position, and I think that's very reasonable.
Give me one or two.
At that point, there's nobody to hold accountable. There's no single sole individual to hold accountable. Who do you hold accountable? The company, the government. How many the chain of command? How many damn papers are you gonna file? Who okayed this fucking fully autonomous drone to shoot me while I was walking into the damn gas station because you're doing mass surveillance? Who okayed the shit? No fucking body. The AI just thought it was a good thing to shoot you in your fucking gas cheap on your way into the store, sir. You will not be receiving any compensation. Nobody will lose their job. No, we're not going to decommission our fully autonomous whatever, man. Shit's crazy.
To examples of what could go wrong.
So the kind of thing that there are two classes of things that I could imagine could go wrong. One, again, is around this idea of reliability, which is just it targets the wrong person, it shoots a civilian, it doesn't show the judgment that a human soldier would show. Friendly fire or shooting a civilian or just the wrong kind of things. We don't want to sell something that we don't think is reliable, and we don't want to sell.
Oh, plug, they're not gonna shoot, this is for military and shit. Like, we don't have military bases. Like, people don't go shop on base. Like, man, that shit has some fucking use case, man. Let's be honest with you, man. Training and shit, man. Somebody hack it, go crazy. It's wild.
Something that could get our own people killed or that could get innocent people killed. Second is this question of oversight. If you think about it, you human soldiers, there's a whole chain of accountability that assumes a human uses their common sense.
Yeah, he's
Suppose
scared.
I have an army of 10 million drones, all coordinated by one person or a small set of people. I think it's easy to see that there are accountability issues there, right? That concentrating power that much doesn't work. It doesn't mean we shouldn't have this fleet. Again, I don't know, maybe we need it at some point because our adversaries will have it. But we need to have a conversation.
Motherfucker get to trying to topple governments and take countries and shit. 10 million drones and two couple motherfuckers patrolling it, man. Yeah. All right, Chad. I just pray for the youth, bro.
About accountability, about who is holding the button and who can say no. And I think that's very reasonable.
President Trump has called Anthropic a left-wing woke company. Is this decision at all driven by ideology?
I can't speak for what other parties are doing and what they're doing.
But you and here in Anthropic.
Yeah, look, we I think have tried to be very neutral. We speak up on issues of AI policy where we have expertise. We don't have views, we don't think about general political issues, and we try to work together whenever there's common ground. For example, I went to an event in Pennsylvania with the president, with Senator McCormick, about provisioning energy.
This shit's crazy, Chad. Fuck, man. Bernie Sanders was right, bro. This shit is the oligarchy, bro. The technocrats, man. The financiers are struggling to hold on to power. The technocrats are chomping at the bit to take power. Oh, fuck, bro. We thought being poor was bad. We thought being poor might have been alright, Chad. I ain't gonna lie, compared to what the fuck these people trying to do, man. Being poor might have been alright, man. God damn. This is crazy.
Provisioning enough energy to power our AI models provision our AI models in the U.S. I spoke to the president. I expressed that I agreed with many aspects of what he's doing. We also did a pledge around using AI for health, and we've done a number of other things. When the administration's AI action plan came out, we said that there were many, perhaps most aspects of it that we agreed with. So this idea that we've somehow been partisan or that we haven't been even-handed, we've been studiously even-handed. And again, we can't control if someone, even the president, has an opinion about us. That's not under our control. What's under our control is that we can be reasonable, we can be neutral, and we can stand up for what we believe.
1 to 10, will there be an agreement with the federal government on this in the future, or do you think this is over?
Look, I have no crystal ball. For our part, our position is clear. We have these two red lines. We've had them from day one. We are still, we are still advocating for those red lines. We're not going to move on those red lines if we can get to the point with the department where, we can see things.
Sharon Wilton, what the hell is you talking about? Stop being so ludicrous. This is to prevent that war. Leave it to those who can see how necessary. Wake up. We're talking about fucking Anthropic and mass surveillance and damn autonomous weapons. Where are you at in the conversation, man? I'm gonna need you to fast forward a little bit, skip the live, something.
The same way, then perhaps there could be an agreement. For our part, and for the sake of U.S. national security, we continue to want to make this work. But again, it takes two parties to have an agreement.
If you had a moment with the president right now, tonight.
Listen, this is the thing. I'm not sitting here saying live and die by what the fuck Bernie Sanders is saying. What I'm saying is he was right about the fucking oligarch, the technocrats, man. We have been suppressed and listen, man. Once consumerism came the fuck in, man, and the capitalists and the CEOs started making damn 200-300 times the regular employee and shit, man. That was the financiers. That's why I say it might have been all right being poor, right? Because now that's the old fucking guard. They're trying to hold on to power. CEO class, damn elite class, Wall Street motherfuckers, man. Now you have the technocrats, the motherfuckers like this guy right here that don't even want to look at people in the face when he talks. He looks down and turns his head and shit like that. Little, you know what I mean? Socially awkward motherfuckers, man. These are the technocrat class. This is the new guard, the new sheriff in town. These motherfuckers running the show now. And to show you and for it to prove how much these motherfuckers is running the show, Trump had to designate these people a supply chain risk because they didn't want to go for fully autonomous weapons and mass surveillance of domestic U.S. citizens, man. We're sold out. Sold the fuck out. Do you not see the executive order bans on all AI regulation? Pete Hegseth dropped the damn memo saying this is wartime when it comes to AI. I hope y'all know there's no reversing this shit, man. Once there's fully autonomous weapons policing the fucking streets, man, it's here. The shit's not going nowhere. No fucking where, man. Once it's AI with this mass surveillance, domestic, shit's not going nowhere. We see it happening. You got Ring linking up with Flock cameras, linking up with Amazon to create a damn triangle to surveil people. Man, this shit's not going nowhere, man. Once we locked in, bro, we're locked in, man. It's like a fucking parlay, bro. It ain't no reneging, man. It's over with, bro. We're sold out.
What would you say to him?
I would say we are patriotic Americans. We have done everything we have done has been for the sake of this country, for the sake of supporting U.S. national security. Our leaning forward in deploying our models with the military was done because we believe in this country. We believe in defeating our autocratic adversaries. We believe in defending America. The red lines we have drawn, we drew because we believe that crossing those red lines is contrary to American values. And we wanted to stand up for American values. And when we were threatened with supply.
Like, did y'all just let that shit go over your head? He said one person or one small group of people commanding 10 million drones. Man, we see what the fuck these drones doing in the Russia-Ukraine war. We seeing what's going on. Now think about a motherfucker having 10 million, bro. He might fucking go rogue, man. He might say, fuck the Constitution, fuck the government, fuck ICC, fuck the Geneva Convention. Man, I got 10 million drones over here, man. Who wants some? Oh, what did Elon say? He said he's not the most powerful person in the world because he doesn't have mercenaries. The most powerful people in the world can have mercenaries and damn armies to fight for them and shit. Fuck around, get 10 million drones, see what that do. Oh, hell no, man. This shit's crazy.
Supply Chain Designation and Defense Production Act, which are unprecedented intrusions into the private economy by the government. We exercised our classic First Amendment rights to speak up and disagree with the government. Disagreeing with the government is the most American thing in the world. And we are patriots. In everything we have done here, we have stood up for the values of this country.
Do you think Anthropic can survive this as a business?
You know, when Secretary Hegseth tweeted out the supply chain designation, he said something that was inaccurate, that far exceeds their lawful authority. He said that any company that has a military contract can't do business with Anthropic at all. That is not what the law said. We put out a statement that pointed to the law. All the law says is that as part of its military contracts, any company cannot use Anthropic as part of those military contracts. That is a much more limited impact.
So you're confident that Anthropic can survive this?
And not only survive it, we're going to be fine. The impact of this designation is fairly small. Now, the nature of the
When he says they're going to be fine, he truly believes that. That's because he believes in his product. He know what his product can do. Claude has a lot of use cases. That's why he keeps talking about the 99% of use cases. And he keeps saying that it's doubling every 4 months. You know what I'm saying? This dude believes in his fucking product. And I'm going to be honest with you, Chad. That's not good. That's not good for us, man. The average American, man, I'm telling y'all, Chad, we're sold the fuck out, man. We're sold the fuck out, bro. That shit is crazy.
The tweet that the secretary put out was designed to create uncertainty, was designed to create a situation where people...
That's basically him saying, hey, look, all y'all fucking jobs gone, man. Oh my God, bro. It's so much fallout from him being this optimistic.
The impact would be much larger, was designed to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But we won't let that succeed. We will be fine.
Critics call this an abuse of power, what the Pentagon is doing and what the White House is doing. Do you believe this is an abuse of power?
You know, again, I would return to the idea that this is unprecedented.
But is it an abuse of power?
You know,
they're going to make everybody get the link, chat, man. That's going to be the mark of the beast, man. They're going to make everybody hook up, bro. If you want to compete, man, you want to be in the workspace, hey, I got your job. Or you're going to have to go get a job in VR. You're going to have a virtual reality job or something, man. They're going to make you hook up, man, into the Matrix. Go get you a virtual reality job, you know, in the damn VR world, or link up, man. You're going to have to get the Neuralink or a competitor, bro. It's like the fucking market will be at that point. It won't even be subliminal messaging anymore. They'll just straight download thoughts into your ass, man. Download opinions into your ass, man.
This has never happened before. This designation has never happened before with an American company. And I think it was made very clear in some of their statements, in some of their language, that this was retaliatory and punitive. I don't know what else to call it. Retaliatory and punitive.
So will you take legal action?
I've stated in our statement, again, all we've received is a tweet. We haven't received an actual supply chain designation. You know, there's been no actual action by the government. There's just been tweets saying what they claim they're going to do.
You haven't received any formal information.
We haven't received any formal information whatsoever. All we've seen are tweets from the president.
Have y'all ever seen the video? I mean, the TV show Upload? That's how this shit gonna be, bro. Y'all ever seen the TV show Upload, man? Where people could go put on the whole bodysuit and the VR headset and go see their loved ones who passed away in some damn coded world. That's how this shit gonna be, bro. That's how everyday life is gonna be. Motherfuckers gonna be putting on them bodysuits, slapping on them glasses and shit, man. Jumping into their VR world job, man. VR world job. Amazon delivery is gonna give you everything that you need in your real life. You come up out of that suit, go get your ass in the tub because you probably, been in that motherfucking world for a long time. Got your little Amazon package at the fucking door. You go to sleep and you wake up and do it all over again, man. What the fuck is life?
And tweets from Secretary Hegseth. When we receive some kind of formal action, we will look at it, we will understand it, and we will challenge it in court.
What do you think that says about their ability to navigate major national security issues if this is the way that you say they're communicating with you?
Again, I don't want to make this about this particular administration. I don't want to make this about particular people. We are trying to do whatever we can to support U.S. national security. That's why we're committed to trying to find a deal. If we can't find a deal, that is why we're committed to offboarding in a smooth way that allows our war fighters to continue to be supported as they go into conflicts. And that's why we're committed to standing up to actions that we think are not in line with the values of this country. It's not about any particular person. It's not about any particular administration. It's about the principle of standing up for what's right.
Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
All right, chat, man. That's the end of that interview. I'm finna we're gonna do a panel. Y'all gonna join the panel? I'm finna create the panel right quick, man. Let's see. Let's create the panel right quick. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Chat, y'all double tap the screen and share the live while I get this panel together. All right, man. Damn, I done put that in the wrong place. Chat, y'all double tap the screen. I'm finna get another video while I get this shit together. Hold on. Let me get a video. All right, boom. All right, this is a video showing breaking down how the attack went down. Operation Epic, the first 24 hours, I believe. I'll play this clip while I set the panel up. Damn.
But why did the Iranian air defenses fail to activate? Well, to put it simply, the U.S. military operates in a completely different league. Using a highly advanced mix of electronic warfare and cyber operations, coordinated from space to the ground, the coalition was able to inject false data directly into Iranian radar screens. Top-tier Iranian air defense systems, like their homegrown Baver and their Russian-supplied batteries, were absolutely overwhelmed by this electronic assault. But to actually hunt them down, the U.S. set a brilliant trap. They launched hundreds of ABM-160 MALDs, miniature air-launched decoys. To a panicked Iranian radar operator staring at a chaotic screen, these tiny drones look exactly like a massive squadron of F-15s or F-16s screaming toward the capital. With the door kicked wide open, fifth-generation stealth fighters, including both U.S. and Israeli F-35s with possible F-22 Raptors, sliced through the airspace completely undetected. Ultimately, the Iranian air defense network wasn't just suppressed, it was completely dismantled, at least for the time period. Because the Iranian do have a huge firepower, Tehran has fired back. In Operation Truthful Promise 4, a massive wave of missiles and drones just targeted U.S. bases in Israel. Here's the fallout. The UAE's Al Dhafar air base was hit, leaving one dead from shrapnel. In Bahrain, the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet HQ was directly targeted. At 9 in the morning, Israel launched more than a dozen aircraft, but it's a complicated process. They have to navigate or entirely bypass the airspace of neighboring countries like Syria and Iraq. To avoid hostile air defenses, defense analysts estimate the actual flight distance to reach central Iran is between 930 and 1,240 miles each way. Although these routes may seem straightforward, they involve complex planning, including calculations for air refueling and coordinating attack aircraft to pass through Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. Israel and U.S. strategy was to attack Iran in 3 waves. The first wave targeted surface air-to-air sites, radar installations, and Iran's air defense headquarters in Tehran, Elam, and Khuzestan. The second wave focused on destroying ballistic missiles, and finally, the third wave targeted military manufacturing industries. Kicking down the door. The attack begins not with manned aircraft, but with robotic precision from the sea. The goal is simple: blind the enemy's eyes, their radars, and silence their voice, their command and control. In the Persian Gulf and the Northern Arabian Sea, Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, ships like the USS Thomas Hudner, receive the launch order. The vertical launch system sells his open, and moments later, dozens of Tomahawk land attack missiles erupt from the decks. These missiles fly at subsonic speeds, humming the terrain in what we call nap of the Earth flight to stay below the radar horizon. They are programmed to loiter and strike simultaneously. Their warheads slam into S-300 and S-400 radar sites and command bunkers. They degrade the integrated air defense system, effectively carving out safe corridors for the pilots who are minutes behind them. Minutes past each hour. While the Tomahawks are still impacting, the silver bullets of the U.S. Air Force are already deep inside hostile airspace. These are the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, with the air defense network fractured by Tomahawk cruise missiles, usually fired from destroyers hundreds of miles away. The path is now clear. Now comes the strategic sites like nuclear bunkers, which can be bombed by B-2 Spirit, the tip of the spear. Launching from bases in Jordan and the UAE, squadrons of F-15 East Strike Eagles roar into the theater. These are the bomb trucks of the operation. Each F-15 is heavily laden with GDMs and small-diameter bombs. Interestingly, it can carry up to 19 GDAMs or 28 small-diameter weapons. While the B-2s hit the deep bunkers, the F-15s hunt the mobile targets. Their ADSA radars scan the ground for ballistic...
What's up, Top Cat? Hold on, we finna get ready to go live. I'm gonna finish playing this video. Chat, if y'all want to join the debate, the StreamYard link is posted on my community tab wall on Pluxation. We're about to go live on Debate Nation and have an open panel. We're going to discuss Iran. We're going to discuss the Austin shooter, and we're going to discuss the Pentagon versus Anthropic. So yeah, I have the link on the community tab wall. I'll drop it right here too if you want to join the panel, or you can load up in the Discord and I'll try to get it to where we can hear from the Discord as well too. But yeah, Top Cat, let me finish this video.
Missile launchers hiding in valleys. Working in pairs, they drop precision bombs on missile convoys, hangars, and secondary command nodes. Once they are Winchester, out of ammo, or low on fuel, they don't go home yet. They connect to this tanker common launch tube that fits into almost any aircraft's existing fuel hatch. They retreat to those tanker tracks established in Phase 1, taking on thousands of pounds of jet fuel in midair before turning back for a second sortie. 2 hours past each hour. To sustain the pressure, the U.S. Navy's floating air bases enter the fight. Cruising in the Arabian Sea, a carrier strike group turns into the wind. Steam and electromagnetic catapults begin launching aircraft every 30 seconds. F-A-18 Super Hornets launch carrying anti-radiation missiles. Their job is DAD, destruction of enemy air defenses. They are hunting down any surviving radar operators foolish enough to turn their systems on. Meanwhile, F-35 Sea Lightning push forward to gather intelligence and strike high-threat targets that the older jets cannot reach. Orbiting far behind them are the E-2D Hawkeyes, the quarterbacks in the sky, managing the massive traffic of hundreds of U.S. jets. By sunrise, the first wave is over. The eyes of the enemy air defense have been...
Yeah, that's crazy, Chad. What it do, Top Cat? We live on Debate Nation. We got Shell up here. We got Top Cat, and we got Steven. You gotta disconnect. You gotta allow your mic and your camera, and then you can cut your camera off. But you gotta allow mic and camera. I can't bring you up, so you might have to go out and come back, Steven, and click allow. Because when you came in, you didn't click allow. Top Cat, what's going on? Talk to me.
Shell, he put his booty on your face.
Typical man. Telling you, I didn't even know the camera was on. Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up? He put his booty all on your face.
Come on, Top Cat. We live, man. You got people running up out of here now
It's like, get out.
because they can't see what y'all talking about. Go ahead, though.
No. Anyway, hi.
Hello.
Like you like.
I was like, what is that? Is that a cat?
Yeah, well, you made your appearance, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Always.
The kids.
Cats are
Always the
like
kids.
that.
Always the kids.
You know.
And you
You
sure did
see
it
my
in the right
name.
community. They'll have jokes. that'll be one for them.
Yep, I show my ass all the time too. My name Top Cat.
Yeah, I know, Tom. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me Steve, join back, Steve. Where's Steve at?
All right,
I'm
there
trying to
you
get
go.
Steve.
We know
I
what's
don't know
up.
where Solo is either. Steve and Solo.
That's funny.
All right, but yeah, how y'all feeling about what's going on
Go
though?
get it today.
Didn't know that the camera was on. I was trying to set up, and obviously.
Yeah, y'all done ran
Oh,
everybody out the
I
live.
do
We
it all
had
the
about
time.
100 people. We only had like 40 people now. Y'all done
Cats
kicked
be
there,
doing some
ran
stuff I
everybody
shouldn't be
out.
doing.
Go ahead.
I'm relatively new.
Yo,
They don't make.
can y'all not hear me?
Fun. I don't. I've been on camera here a few times.
Yo, oh shit, they can't hear
Oh
me.
yeah.
That's why they're doing
When I first started coming on here, I didn't know I couldn't be on camera. I didn't know how to work all of it, so I was just sitting on camera the whole
it.
time.
Yo,
And I don't give a damn shit.
yo,
If you're willing to come down this far in
wow.
California and bother me, I'll give you your props.
Yo, can y'all hear me now? Y'all done ran it.
Yeah, I
I've
hear
been
you.
trying to talk. I've been trying to talk. Y'all done ran everybody out the damn live. We got like 100 people. Y'all got to talking about booty and shit. We got like 20 people in here now. I was trying to get y'all back on subject, man. Golly. Yeah.
I came to talk about the war.
If you didn't see what I was seeing,
Man,
obviously.
yeah, I heard I was talking. I thought y'all could hear me, and then I realized y'all couldn't hear me, and everybody left the damn live because they can't see y'all. They still on Plexation. All they hear is dog and booty and laughing loud, and they just left. They just got the fuck on.
My bad. That cat put that cat put his ass in her face.
Yeah,
I
we
was just
heard
like,
you. We
damn.
heard you say it about 10 times. How y'all feel about Iran though? Let's get back on topic.
You know, we get on it. Oh man, I got. Go ahead, Shay.
To be honest, that's it. Okay, I'm gonna try to get my ADHDism with this topic because, you know, the last 48 hours, not quite 48 hours, has been kind of a whirlwind for me because it brought a lot back. Because a lot of the bases that are being attacked currently are where a lot of my loved ones were stationed, you know. So, Arif John, for example, that's my ex-husband, he was stationed there, you know. My sister was stationed at Bagram, and actually there was a really big incident that happened at Bagram, you know. So I think, while Iran, for example, I can understand to a certain degree why they say we're going in there. Okay. The people of Iran have been just the people of Iran have been tortured for 47 years. Tortured. We think that we're oppressed here. They were oppressed. They lived, a lot of people don't know that because if you're not old enough to know, they were much like we were. And then this regime went in and it was done. Okay. So you got to imagine just one day if someone came into America and then suddenly every single woman you would have to have just covered. And if you weren't, jail and maimed and the things that happened to that's what happened there. It's not, and then if you were Jewish, if you were Christian, just that's it. Just done. And that happened overnight there 47 years ago. So do I understand why we went in? Tens of thousands of their own people they killed recently. Do I understand why? Yes, I to. Do I think that's the only reason we went? No, I don't. I don't believe that. I don't think that our country is just 100% good natured all the time. I don't. I know.
Okay.
We're not.
Okay, how you feel about it? Oh, go ahead.
I don't think it had nothing to do with that aspect or on the aspect why we made a military commitment towards these situations. We heard what Bulletproof said earlier, and he was trying to speak on some situations of what happened over these years. We should have been had a point of diplomacy in a different manner if that was the situations. Me and Shell close to the same age probably, and I grew up through the whole 80s and 90s watching us make fun of Iran, or Iron Eagle, and all these different things where we just showed we said that teenagers could have went over there and destroyed that situation. So we knew militarily we could always do what we're doing now. We've actually let them build up their army and get new airplanes and get ballistic missiles. We knew all these things were going on, so it wasn't a point of stopping that. I think this has to do with the point of us coming back to fossil fuels and being pushed to fossil fuels. And if we look at what's been going on now, I'll reiterate on this more. You look at where our military conflicts have been at, it's always been at a canal. So right now with Venezuela, there's a canal right there. And then we go to the Suez Canal, that's right there. So us pressing fossil fuels and then putting tariffs on everybody else, now we're opening up the lanes for ourselves to be able to push these different fossil fuels, so it has something more to do. All this other stuff is kind of excuses. They don't really care about the loss of life in this situation, else they would have been done something. That's why I've been saying something about the Sudanese. I've been saying something about all these different situations. Why was that he over there slapping this so-called prince or king all on his arms and on his back and touching him and stuff? Because they've already put what they're going to do and what they're thinking about into action. And then remember when I was saying to Plug, I said, why are they going after Yemen so tough? Well, like Yemen can really do anything. So if we look at it geographically, you'll see that Yemen's in the front, and then you'll see that Palestine was in the back. And if you're going to go after somebody, wouldn't you take out the ones that would be able to surround you? This is all strategic.
So to continue, he's absolutely right. So to continue on with that, you have to understand this is I always say it's kind of layers because it's kind of how I visually see it. Um, there was a woman who said something the other day, and I can't remember her name. She did an interview with Tucker Carlson, and she said it. I mean, this is probably within the last week.
Hold on, shit. Dorsey, you gotta allow your camera. You came up here. I can't bring you up until you allow your microphone or camera. It says they will need to connect their mic or cam before you can add them to the stream, Dorsey. So you gotta get that together. Go ahead, Chef.
So, and she said exactly how I felt. And she, of course, gave more detail because of her specialty. But here's the thing, all of these countries are trying to implement a system. They're trying to implement a system worldwide. Okay. First, like digital IDs, smart cities, all of these things that you talk about that we're aware of, right? Here's the thing, if there are countries that are wanting to refuse or reject those things, that can't be permitted because the system will not work if there are holes. Okay? If there are holes, it won't work because the system has to be connected. Part of the circuit board, it shorts out or it doesn't work, it doesn't connect. So if there's one country that says, okay, we don't want digital ID, we reject it, well, they can't be permitted. So I honestly, I think she came out and said, well, Iran didn't want this. Well, they're a major they're one of the major oil producing countries that exist in the world. We can't permit that much money to sit there. We can't permit those people from not being forced into digital IDs. We can't force that many people with that much money to not be connected to the system. It is a whole system. This is why the Bible is true. Everything that was prophetic in the book of Revelation is true. It's coming to pass. So this is another thing that gets added to the proof of what's happening in Bible prophecy. Okay, I think that this is another major reason, because if they rejected it, now again, other reasons, but if they rejected it, and there's other things that we did, like I don't know if Venezuela did, but it wouldn't surprise me. If we're making all these moves now, it's because time is really short. The systems are coming into play. They're forcing us to do it. UK has already done it. Canada, all these, they have to be part of the system.
So yeah, I'll give my thoughts and opinions before we hear from Dorsey. I think Iran does want the war. I think Iran wants American boots on the ground. I think Iran is shit. How you get backstage? I think Iran wants American boots on ground. I think they want they want revenge, and they also remember what happened in Iraq. They know when America comes, it's in lieu of bringing democracy that they leave behind rubbish and rope. Like, let's be honest with it. In the pursuit of democracy, this shit gets ugly. We can all agree there. Um, so yeah, I do think America, and I think the Iranians believe that they don't win without American boots on the ground. They want to deliver a blow, just like they chant, certain part of the regime or country chants death to America. They want to deliver those blows to America. So if we put American boots on the ground, like I said, it'll be easy to be encircled. Resupply will be very hard in that mountainous region. So that's where it takes me to the Austin shooter, to the I'm not gonna say it's a false flag because I believe people really got hurt, but I think it's more to it than just a random guy that watched too much TV. Um, moving
I
forward,
do think that he
hold on,
did.
Shell. Let me finish. Moving forward though, as far as the United States is why we got involved. So there's a twofold situation. So any point of war, we have to have a clear objective. So what is the United States objective? It's to stop the nuclear program and regime change. So how far are we willing to go? We see the regime changes here, but is the nuclear program totally obliterated this time? So that determines the timeline. Today we got Trump coming out and saying it'll be a 4-week timeline. Why is the 4-week timeline important? Because that's just a little bit longer than it took us to get, who was that? Saddam? Or was it Osama? One of them was faster. One of them was like 100 hours. The other one was like 3 weeks. So we know Trump. We know Trump likes to flex. He wants to be like, well, yeah, y'all did this, and that was going on. But look, this is the Abdullah, his whole secession line, and the new, I mean, not Abdullah, the Ayatollah, his whole secession line, and the next Ayatollah. I did this and I accomplished it in a month. So I believe those are the clear objectives for America. Now, when we talk about the other countries involved, um, Israel, for example, they have their own objectives. Even when you get into the UAE, or I mean, the Saudi Arabia, they have their own objectives here. So there are a lot of things going on because Iran did support a lot of smaller breakout groups, and with the chokehold being put on them, it's it's gonna stop a lot of those smaller, they won't be able to drop weapons down to these groups. Now I believe I agree with both Shell and Top Cat when it comes to the oil thing. I'm just gonna say a little bit things that y'all didn't touch on. Yes, it is the canals, it is the straits, but even when we go to Maduro, it's about the price fluctuation too, because we have Wall Street still in office. The technocrats haven't taken over yet. So we still have Wall Street in office. So we just got 300 million free barrels of oil. We also got control of what's going in and out of Venezuela right now. The oil prices after we snatched Maduro was around $54. We're already encroaching, pushing up on $80. If this extends for at least 3 to 4 weeks, we'll probably be at $100 per barrel. It's economics as well. Um, and now let Cheryl respond, and then we'll hear from Dorsey. What was you trying to say, Cheryl, about the Austin shooter?
Because I know that there was a threat put out that if we didn't stop, that there was going to be there was going to be something big. And that could mean a couple different things. Generally, when threats come out, it could be a call to arms. They usually have codes, you know. And I mean, and obviously, our government is known for some time that there are sleeper cells. There are. And I mean, I know that there was I wish I could remember her name. There was a woman that came out. She was from one of the three-letter agencies, and she talked in great detail. I believe it was on Sean Ryan's show that I saw her speak. One of the times I've seen her speak. And she, for like 2 hours, laid out the threat that we have. And she said that there's like, that they know of at least 100 different teams, teams of sleeper cells within our country. And that's what they know of. And that's not including the individual threats. So if if there is a call, if there is a call from this, then that's why our government is putting out certain 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 things for us to be aware, and things like when we're out, like, don't just go out and just, hey, we're just gonna, hey girl, hey it. No, you need to be aware of your surroundings every single where every place that you go right now, and probably for the foreseeable future,
All right.
because this is a different kind of threat.
Go ahead, Dorsey. Let's hear from Dorsey.
Okay, hey, how you doing, Plug? Hello, Miss Shell. Was that
Hi.
your name?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
cool. What's
we've
up,
talked
boy?
before. You just haven't seen my face.
Oh, I just get to see your face. Okay, that's cool. Okay,
It
well,
was
back
an
to the question.
accident, but just kept it on.
Well, keep it on, girl. Keep it on. Anyway, I think that Iran just wanted to create martyrs. Okay, back when they had the Iranian war back in the 70s and the late 70s, Iran just sent people to their death. I mean, millions of them. It just made them run into minefields, made them run into machine guns. You know, promise them that if they die in the name of Islam, that they were going to get them 70 virgins. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Iran has never updated their military. They have old equipment from the 1960s. The jets, they have no air force. Their air force is old and decaying. It's not reliable for these fifth generation stealth fighters and so forth. So that's no issue. Iran has nothing but old tanks, obsolete tanks. So they ain't gonna be no threat to no ground force. They don't have a navy. So all they have is maybe 40 million bullet stops.
I'm gonna say
Cause
this,
they
Dorsey. I think some of the targets that we attacked was their navy. But I'm gonna say this: what you're saying, it does ring true. But I think Iran Iran knows that the only way that they win this war is by public opinion. They can make it look like they'll never truly win this war. You know, like they understand that, but they can win in public opinion. Like issue America a defeat. That will go like make us spend a lot of money and get nothing accomplished. Like the regime doesn't change. They don't give up the centrifuges. And I believe that's why Trump is calling for the uprising over there in Iran, because the only way a lot of people are saying we don't see how we're gonna win without boots on the ground. The boots on the ground are supposed to already be there, in my opinion. Go ahead though. I just want to,
so
give my opinion
so
on that.
what you're
I think
saying
I think
is
I think they're trying to fight the war differently than you're speaking on. I don't think they want to fight the war like how you. I think they're willing, like 72 versions. They're willing to ride it out. They're willing to let their country be totally obliterated, and I think America's willing to totally obliterate it. I just don't, you know.
well, I mean, this is how it is. There's two Iran. Okay. So you're talking about northern Iran, the ones where the mountains is, right?
Correct.
Okay. Don't nobody want that shit. We want that southern Iran. We want that oil. And if we can make their ass go up in the mountains and not come down, the United States will be satisfied with that. That's why
Even
we
then, though,
conducting the air war. You see where I'm
even
coming
then, though,
from?
if you put boots on the ground there, you could potentially be surrounded. That's the whole thing.
Well, no, it's not gonna be boots on the ground. It's gonna be what's the name of that group that we used in Iraq? Remember the mercenary group, Blackstone, Black something, what was it?
Yeah, but I don't know if we're gonna if we the whole thing. This is all depending on if the Iranians rise up as well. If the
Well,
Iranians
nah,
don't rise up as well, then it's gonna be an ongoing conflict. There's no way that we get a complete regime change and the centrifuges giving up.
No, we not. Look, we not looking
We'll
for
blow that. We'll blow that bitch all the way up before I believe because we got to realize that this country that we're into it with has a religious conviction. Maybe by far and large they have a religious conviction. They're willing to die
nah,
about this
plug.
shit.
What's up? Nah, plug. See, you wanna see. Let me explain something to you. You went around in the 70s. It was the embarrassment. It was the embarrassment that the Iranians did to the U.S. government that we never let go. See, when they released those hostages to Ronald Reagan supplied the Ayatollah and them with C4 munitions, guns, and so
But how
forth.
long did we occupy over there? How long were they under that police state, under that regime that we put in place? The oppressors, quote unquote. How long were they under that? So just like you
Oh, you
said,
mean
they
under the
issued.
Shah? Under the Shah?
Yeah.
About 40 years.
Come on now. So just like
47 years.
just like we got issued
Right.
that quote unquote embarrassment right there. A lot of these people have conviction. Have you not seen that the Marines just had to shoot all them people at the damn embassy? We talking about 30 million people. You saying and Dorsey, this is the thing. Let me explain. The thing is that there are millions. This is a country of 90 million people. If even a third of these people support that Ayatollah, that just talking about 30 million plus with conviction.
What's up, family? Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead.
Buddy.
Hey, how you doing,
Let me
Sheila? What's
explain
good,
something
bro?
to you. When we invaded Iraq, we had the same type of situation going on.
No,
Okay.
Dorsey, we ain't got the same type of situation.
It's smaller. That's what I'm saying. Iraq was so much smaller. Iraq was not a country of 90 million people.
No, we were there for different reasons.
And
It was.
I want to get
see,
in,
you guys don't
I want to get in,
hold
y'all, to
on
say
now.
I hear you, Dorsey, but I want to get in to say this because we talk about the past a lot, and I understand the past has a great detriment to everything that goes on in the future. But I got to be with Plug on this one. Dorsey, we ain't dealing with the same Iraq. I mean, the same Iran. I'm going to tell you what Iran just did today that kind of blew my mind, that let me know that this finna be one of them knockdown, drag out type of wars. Iran flexed its muscle. Iran showed its underground bunker full of fucking drones. This is not the same Iran from 1970, bro. It's not.
Let me explain something to y'all. The United States government don't worry about how many people gotta die. They don't care how many Iranians they gotta kill.
We
And they don't
understand
care
that.
how many and they don't care how many US soldiers get killed.
But the United States people do care, Dorsey. See, that's the difference.
No, wait, hold up now. Hold up.
That's the
Hold up.
difference.
No,
The
no,
people do
it
care.
don't, because you're looking at a Republican government right now, and they ain't stopping, and they are not. Hold on now, let me
They
finish
still want to
talking.
lose American people, Dorsey. I hear what you're saying, but I'm just keeping it real with you. I
Hey,
mean,
check this out. I'm
You
keeping
can
it
see
real
my
with you
face,
too.
Dorsey. You know how a woman can look at you and be like, you know what I'm thinking by looking at my face?
Yeah, but see, you're a woman who never served in the military.
Yes, I did.
When? What military you serve in?
I was in the Army. I enlisted
Here
in
we
2000
go.
after high school. Doors.
And what was your MOS? What did you do?
Oh my gosh, I was in the infantry and I was listen, I got metal in my foot, sir. Don't play all this stuff. What I'm saying is yes, you don't get to judge everything. You don't get to pick apart because now you're trying to justify the fact that you look foolish.
Oh, all right, now, Shell, don't lose your
Excuse
cool,
me.
Shell. You're doing
Excuse me.
good.
Hold
Don't
on.
lose your cool.
No, don't you do that.
No,
On me.
Hey, see, this is why I don't like debating with y'all because y'all don't listen. Y'all always want to talk over. I didn't say nothing when you talk. Okay? And this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. They do not care. They are the Department of War, not defense no more. That means that they are going back to the old ways when they used to have body counts.
So
The
But
old
this is
ways
what
like
now
Vietnam.
Dorsey.
but
They
Dorsey,
This
are
is
going to
okay,
be going
Dorsey.
to your
Let me get it,
go
OG.
ahead, I'm gonna listen.
Dorsey, the same intelligence don't run that department that you speaking of, brother. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not about us having the power and the might. We know we got the power and the might. We don't have the mental capabilities that we used to have over several past governing presidents. And the
This
way
is
it's looking, it's like we got a clown show running the most powerful army in the land. That's
Hell,
the
we had the
scary
same
part.
thing. We had the same thing going on with McNamara in Vietnam. The same clown.
and this is the
And what
thing.
happened?
Hold
Same
on
mentality.
now let's go back. Let me get it, OG. Let me get it back, OG. We
Go.
what happened in Vietnam was an extended conflict. We didn't want to draw out because we didn't want to accept defeat. We knew that we was in there and we knew that we was in there way too long. 3 million Vietnamese dead and still didn't get the job done. That's what I'm saying. Like when that we can't get in if we get into this conflict, it can be prolonged or it won't be a fucking Iran. That's what we're dealing with right now. In my opinion. In my opinion, they might level that motherfucker over there. Iran might end up looking like Gaza. I'm just gonna be all the way real.
And that's what they want. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. They are finna exterminate people, man. They are finna commit
We can't hear
genocide
you.
again.
Plug, we can't hear you.
Oh
Plug,
no,
we can't hear you.
I'm here.
Okay.
I just had stopped. I was gonna we got Solo on the panel too. If you want to get in. Yo.
Okay. We got you.
All right, yeah.
So
All right.
so I'm willing to bet $50. And that goes to the army and that goes to you too, Yosemite. I got $50 that says that the United States start carpet bombing Tehran. I got money on that.
Tehran.
Uh-huh.
No, I believe
I'm
so.
telling you, they are not gonna allow them people to surrender. They are not gonna let them surrender. They're gonna bomb
So
their ass out of existence.
So a lot of people got upset with me when I said that the Austin, Texas thing could be a psyop. And what I'm saying is it could be a psyop from either side. Iran knows that they can't win this war without American boots on the ground. Just straight up. If they put American boots on the ground, what do? They get the satisfaction of getting revenge, extracting revenge. That's what I mean by the psyop. It might not just be it might be a whole to get the American people riled up. We got to look at this guy. This is not the same type of guy or the same type of fear mongering. I'm gonna call it what it was. A lot of that shit back then, as in the early 2000s. Every time somebody seen him, a guy that looked like he was from the Middle East, it was like, oh shit, what has he got on him? But this is changing the narrative. Now you got a guy from Senegal. We don't know if he's Lebanese or not. We just know he's from Senegal, but he looks like a nigga.
Hey,
Now they're blanketing. Now they're
Why did they
blanketing. Hold on.
label that guy
Hold
African
on. Let me
American?
finish. Let me finish. Now they're blanketing Islam with it. They're blanketing Islam when the whole Iranian and Iraqi is Shia Muslims, and a lot of these American quote unquote black Muslims that we see are Sunni. But they're putting a blanket thing on it, and it's going all back to a quote unquote psyop. Go ahead.
Well, I object for them calling the dude African American, because that puts us in. Because see, I'm FBA, so they need to start making a distinction between FBA and those so-called African Americans, because we not the same people, and we're not.
Thanks,
See,
Jay.
that goes back to because that goes back to 9/11 when they were looking at Muslims. They weren't looking at FBAs. They was looking at them Arab people, and that's what they're gonna continue to look at.
And Dorsey, one thing about it, I hear what you're saying, but this is what I say. And this is me just being honest. We can call it a psyop. We can say it was staged. We can go through all that. They killed 3 U.S. soldiers and had no regard or remorse for how many more U.S. people they want to get rid of. This is not going to be this typical, oh, we're going to bomb them out in 3 or 4 weeks and it's over with. This is going to be long drawn out.
They killed 3 U.S. soldiers before, and they happen to be black. Remember?
I mean, I know this, but that's why I'm saying this is going to be drawn out, and it's going to be drawn out from sides that we don't even see, because we think it's going to be just about Iran. It's not. Remember, I said, and me and Plug talked about this several months ago. I said, what we cannot do is spread ourselves so thin that we leave ourselves open. We spread it thin. We got a war already going on with a cartel. Now we done jumped in this war. It's not going to be pretty.
And you know what happens next then, right?
It's not going to be pretty.
When
They
we're
start
spread.
drafting people. That's what happens. They start drafting people.
Yeah, the British,
you know,
I
and
believe, I
you know
believe
what's
across the
funny?
pond. Hold on, shit. I believe across the pond they already gearing up to enter their young people into the draft across the pond.
Thank you.
But here's the thing is that we already have our enlisted, and they're sent where? To all of the duty stations. They're deployed everywhere else. And then if we have to draft people to help protect the homeland because something happens, that is forcing a draft of the people that didn't volunteer to go. And then that's usually where some people have some, at least some small amount of contention for being forced to go, and then they're the ones that would have to be protecting here because we sent everyone that wanted to be in somewhere else.
That's not how the Marine Corps. I don't know what y'all do in the Army, but in the Marine Corps we don't do that. You get assigned to a regiment, you get assigned to a battalion, and if you in the 3rd battalion, your ass is gone. You oversee.
And that's the thing about it, Shell. Because I'm gonna let you respond back to Dorsey, but I wanted to capitalize on the point that you just made. That is the thing about it. For the first time in our history, we're gonna actually see a war happening on our own home soil. We have never gone through that ever in the history of all the wars, except for the
In this
Civil War.
generation, too.
Except for the Civil War, that was the only time we had a war fought on our home soil. What we getting ready to see is a war being fought not only across the water where we safe, it's gonna be in our own backyard.
And it's going to be this generation too, which, and if it's any of the younger generation in here, and it's not a personal attack against you, but this generation as a whole is the most ill-prepared generation. It's the most ill-prepared generation for this as a whole. Oh,
Yeah,
These
I
little
disagree.
monsters, these little monsters that we got shooting up the black community, we call them white men.
Yes.
I'm
No,
gonna be
no,
honest
don't
with you.
Dorsey me, because that's them the same people. Listen to me. Just hear me out. Them the same people the judges sent into the military.
All of them?
Yeah, they gonna use all of them.
Now
All
I'm
of
gonna
them with
say
the
this. Hold
military,
on.
right?
Let me give all right before y'all get to going back and forth. I'm gonna say that this not even when we're talking about generations being ill prepared. I think as Americans, I think we might be more prepared, not just mentally or physically, but just the infrastructure that we have. You know, like with the weaponry that we have, the AI that we have a lot more. A lot of people that would have been asked out, they have access to information that they wouldn't have had. Maybe they don't know how to, can some canned goods. They'll be able to have that kind of information. So I think that adaptability is at a point to where we might be better off.
Let me break it down for you where I'm gathering this for.
I just had this.
Okay.
It's gonna be
Let me
tougher.
just say
People were
the
tougher back
generation
then.
now
People
is
were
the most
tougher.
the first generation ever to test worse, okay, to test worse than the generation before, ever. Since they've been doing any standardized tests ever. Then on top of it, you have which one do I go? Okay, so then you have the fact that they reject the government. They have a bitterness, which I can understand. I have too. Okay, I have it too. Then there's divisiveness. There's not togetherness. They don't really want to. I mean, if they want to fight, they're not fighting for just causes. I mean, you've got. I mean, maybe more on the left, but not necessarily in a way that you would want to give them a weapon. Plus, they're not. I mean, the one side that wants to fight for any kind of just causes doesn't like weapons. Okay,
Shit, we
so what
talking
I'm
about
saying,
war on our homeland. Motherfuckers not gonna have a
okay,
choice.
that we're talking about
What
the
are you
draft,
talking
plug.
about?
No, we're talking about the draft. I'm talking about the draft.
Yosemite was talking about war on our homeland, and Dorsey was talking about
Right.
war on our homeland.
Okay,
Can I make
please
a
let me no,
point?
no, Dorsey, please don't
They're
interrupt
gonna
me.
be trapping women
I'm
this
trying to
time
get this
too
out.
now.
I'm trying to finish my thought respectfully. I'm trying to explain what I'm talking about when I say ill prepared. If they try to draft this generation and then this generation is forced to protect the homeland that many of them, not all, but many of them have a disdain for, while the rest of them already go to their duty station. You didn't understand what I was saying. I know exactly how it is. Many of them we always get assigned a duty station, okay? But if everyone is already assigned a duty station elsewhere, they're deployed, they're mobilized, and they're elsewhere, then that means that they're drafting to protect the homeland.
Right.
That's what I
Okay,
was
shit.
trying to
What I'm saying
explain.
is this is just like you're saying that, I'm gonna say shit. What about Cassius Clay and Muhammad Ali? We seen people not wanting to go fight wars before. It's the same situation. You gonna have people that sign up, people that's not gonna want to sign up, people that just it is what it is. I just don't I don't like how people say that it's so much difference. Like I had this, it's not maybe I came a little pressure on you, but I had this conversation earlier on a different panel, and they were just
Okay.
saying like, "Oh, the generations before were so much stronger." And I asked how. He said mentally. I said, "Well, shit. What about the fucking crack era? What you know what I'm saying? Like shit. If you want to talk about YNs and shit, what about went on in? How was that mentally stronger?" He was like, "Oh, what is this and that?" And I just, maybe I have a plight because I look at it all as shit. This is the same cycles repeating. Whether it's this era, that era, this era, you're gonna have weak men, you're gonna have strong men, have people who are indifferent.
I agree with
Plus,
Plug.
to just let you know, this generation, for example, they don't want to get their driver's license at 16. They'll put it off till 18,
But
21,
that's a
whatever.
generalization. That's a
No, it's not
generalization.
oh goodness. They 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 lack certain drives and goals.
Because they have access to different things now. That did you not? They didn't have a Uber back then. You know what I'm saying? Taxis and shit.
It's
Now you
independent.
have. But you got to understand too, Shell, that a lot of people in the cities just don't need cars. The cities are getting smaller. Everything's getting more accessible. You got
I'm talking about
Amazon
small towns,
drop-offs. You
plug.
have either way.
I'm
You
not.
still have DoorDash in small towns. You still have Amazon delivery. Some people just choose to live differently.
Hey, can
It's
I
called
ask her a question?
it's society is changing. It's just
That's
fucking
it.
changing.
Society is changing.
Hey,
Case
can
in
I
point.
ask a question to her, Plug? What small towns and what states are you talking about?
All of them.
Let her respond.
No, because I can tell you right now, in the state of
Statistics.
Mississippi, we got killers. We got killers who can't wait to go to the military. Now, I don't know about who. Now, I'm talking about from my experience and the people I know. I know that in the black community, we got people who are more than happy to get their ass in the military and kill some people.
Right.
This is like
But
it's like a
there's a
game to them.
difference. There's a difference between somebody like if you can go and you can work as a team and you can do what needs to be done and be mission oriented. It's not just about going and killing people. And
No, that's nope.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
not what.
yeah,
That's not the military. Then I
it
don't know what
is.
y'all did in the army, because I knew in the Marine Corps, all we were taught was to kill, kill, kill. Let God set them out. Let God
I
set them
know
out.
rah-rahs.
All right,
I
hold
know
on,
rah-rahs
y'all. Hold
all
on,
the
y'all.
time.
We got a couple more guests. Solo want to speak, then we got Erica backstage. So we're gonna hear from Solo,
Okay,
then
let me
Erica.
see.
Go ahead, Solo.
I was gonna, hey, Plug, appreciate for having me on. I was gonna rebuttal what you had said earlier about Iran needing the U.S. to step in or whatever, and I was gonna say that I agree with you on that, but halfway, and that's because so basically Iran are the people who are funding Hamas, and they're still funding Hamas to this day, right now, allegedly. They're still doing it, allegedly. So they're gonna do. They literally wrote the Hamas playbook. The Hamas playbook was they were keeping they were building all of these missile launchers and shit over civilian households inside of Palestine because they were completely taken over. In Iran, they built a damn missile launcher next to a school allegedly, and the missile went up in the air and backfired and returned down and hit the school. And they're using a propaganda saying that Israel did it. So, and then from that, we have people right here in America that are currently right now protesting against Israel and the Trump regime for doing this type of stuff. So that's what I was gonna say there. But my whole opinion on this is that we've been so pretty much the history for Iran with the U.S. We've been at war with them and their proxies for the last 2 decades, and a whole bunch of red lines have been ignored. A lot of them have been ignored recently. But if we want to go down the road, we can go. We can look at 1983, the U.S. embassy bombing. We can go another point in 1983 with the Marine barracks bombing that unalived 241. As new as 2019 with the oil bombings in Syria. And then you have 2023 with the October 7th in Hamas, which is all backed by Iran terror link organizations that they fund. We're literally fighting the number one supercell for terrorist organization funding. They fund all of this shit. We're fighting them. And at the same
You
time,
left out the
hold on,
33
hold on.
sailors that got killed at the destroyer too when they
Right,
got hit.
right,
Yeah,
okay,
you forgot
all
about
right,
that part.
okay. Sorry about that. I just shit on top of my head. But what was I going with this? So I mean, well, okay. So also, we got to look at also history with the wars that we've had. People want to say that, oh, it's all about isolation and whatnot. What happened when we in history when we try to do that isolation shit? We got caught with our pants down during World War II. We got attacked because we didn't do anything. And right now, the red line has been crossed. Is that Iran? Literally, the parliament last
Nah,
week was
this
just
is.
burning.
I think. They say allegedly Israel funds Hamas. I think Iran funds Hezbollah.
Well, I had the proof. I have the records on that Iran funds Hamas. I can send that to you through Discord if you like. I have that paperwork.
Yeah, they found a whole host of
Yeah, they fund the whole thing. But pretty much in history, we got caught with our pants down, and that happened in Pearl Harbor. We got attacked in World War II because, and the red line I was talking about is that the Iran parliament literally just burnt an American flag and chanted "Death to America" and "Death to Israel" and "Death to everything that does not align with what Iran and what their religion believes in." They literally were just
They do
chanting
that
that.
all the time.
I
Okay,
got it
but
right
also,
here. Hold on,
my bad.
hold on. I got it right here. It's on Wikipedia. It's shit. The Israeli government has been involved in assisting or empowering Palestinian political and military organization Hamas at various points in history. This support continued during the spite of active military hostilities between the two sides, and it gives the whole history all the way back to the damn 1970s, and it
Yeah, I'm
goes into
talking
the
about the October
2010s,
7th
2020s.
from there.
It goes all the way to 2023 till present. I believe today, one of the Hamas leaders came out and pledged support for Israel. That's why I was saying, like, maybe they fund, maybe both sides are funding it, but you know, go ahead.
But I was also just to finish up with, I mean, I can keep going, but just to finish up, it also beats feminism as well because we've seen in multiple videos from every single platform that we have that women are literally taking off their hijabs and celebrating. There's people all over the streets celebrating in different countries around the world about this freedom of Iran that has liberation for its people. So honestly, you know, I agree with it. As you said earlier, I was going to come up here and agree with it. You're right. I do. I agree with it. I do have a couple of things, but I'll say that for later of
All right.
what I think could probably happen for the backlash of the U.S.
All right, go ahead, Erica.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
Nothing much. Hey, everybody. Is it called a hijab or a hijab?
Hijab.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I was like,
There's
did he
hijabs
just
and
say it
burqa.
wrong, or am I saying it wrong?
I mean,
I don't
I'm
know.
sure either way is fine, but
I would hope so. I was just gonna say about Shell's comment about this like generation. I guess are you referring to like Gen Alpha or like the
well,
the iPad kids?
well, yes. I mean, it goes into like beta, and I mean, even yes. I mean,
So like
especially
25 and younger, pretty much.
yeah. Well, and pretty much 18, because that
Yeah.
would, even if it was like right now and they were to draft, it would draft from 18. So there's yeah. So 18 and up until the age of probably 30. Yeah, so around that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say they're bigger, stronger, and faster than ever. 18 to
I
30.
think my observation about the youth today, and it's not me personally saying like I agree, disagree, it's just what I personally observe, is
Mhm.
that I feel as though kids are growing up a little bit slower. Maybe not the girls, but I feel like there is no preteen. It just goes from like child to teen with girls. Like I don't know what it is now. They grow up so fast. I
One
think it's
second,
just
y'all.
like the
Kids are hitting
fashion.
puberty younger.
Steven, you was
Yeah,
just
it's
backstage. Hold on,
everything.
chat.
Everything.
Hold on,
And
panel.
they're
Hold
trying to
on, Erica.
emulate like the
Hold on,
older
Erica.
people.
Steven, I seen you come backstage, but you have to allow your camera and microphone, and then you cut your camera off. It won't allow me to bring you up until you click allow. You keep clicking don't allow, and it's not gonna let me bring you up. You have to click allow, and then you cut your camera off and leave your microphone on. Go ahead.
Yeah, be sure to click that camera off or you'll be up here.
I feel like these kids are growing up fast, but like in the wrong ways, and like the ways of being responsible and all the good ways they're supposed to grow up,
They're trying
they're
to.
like lacking.
Yeah.
Like they're very fast, like they get mature fast, they get very like expressive. Like look at Kim Kardashian's daughter, Northwest.
Oh, that's
Like look at
God
she
bless.
is 12 years old and she's
Oh
already
yeah, let's not
expressing
get too far
herself.
off subject. Let's not get too far off. They already saying we
But
off
I
subject.
feel like they're very expressive and they're very like willing to do more grown up things, but then when it comes to the actual responsibility
Being grown
aspect
up.
of it,
Yes.
they can't because
They
they
can't
can't
do it.
afford they can't no, but it's not just that. They can't afford to move out at 18.
Right.
Like
No.
it's just the way that housing is right now. I think it's driving kids to stay home longer. So they're doing all these adult things and they're growing up super fast and being super expressive of themselves, but they're not getting the jobs necessarily at 16 anymore. They're not moving out at 18, 19, 20. Now they're staying
Till
later and later and later.
2095 or yeah. And so then they're not assimilating into an adult life. This is what I'm saying. I'm not being
Exactly.
insensitive. They're not
No,
assimilating into adult life, or if they're trying to by doing literally adult things, you know what I mean, doing adult things to try to make money
Mhm.
in order to be, you know what I'm saying? And these are all things that don't allow you to actually morph into being full adult. And I'm not being insensitive. I'm saying this is just the way of the world. And unless something happens, it's just the way it is. And then if we draft these kids,
They're gonna
then you're
have
going to get,
no clue what they're doing.
thank you. And I'm
And
Man,
I
saying,
agree.
these
Go
the
to
force
same.
boot
these
camp.
kids to do
That
something
is
they don't
why
want
they
to
go to
do.
boot
You
camp.
you already can't get them to do something
They
they
won't
don't want to
even make it
do.
out of boot camp. They need an
Man,
iPad to get through boot
y'all,
camp.
I'm gonna be all the way honest with y'all. I believe you guys have a flawed sense of reality. I believe that you guys need to go
Thank
outside and look
you.
the fuck around
Listen,
because I see
I'm
them.
My
Hold
nephew
on,
is
no, don't cut me off, Shell. We just
getting
listen to you and Erica go back and forth for a while. These kids today are bigger, stronger, and faster than they have ever been. We're talking about meal plan and meal preps. If we're gonna sit here and talk about the draft, I don't know why your guys are all automatically going to the bottom of the barrel. The bottom of the
That's what
barrel
they
is
talking
gonna
about
hold
ready.
on, Dorsey, hold on. The bottom of the barrel is gonna be the bottom of the barrel no matter what decade you're in. Now, what I'm going to say is the top brass, they're people are a lot more, these kids, the top kids are a lot more intellectual than they used to be. These top kids are a lot bigger, stronger, and faster than they used to be. So
I don't
just
know.
as y'all, I can show you these kids that are
Well,
13, 14, big,
kids
yoked the
aren't even
fuck up,
reading
17.
at like their grade levels anymore. Like half the people that
That
are adults don't even read or
Don't
write
hey
at a
listen, that's what I'm
sixth
telling you.
grade
The
reading and
low
writing
brat
level.
listen,
Like
we have 400 million people here. How many people do you think they're gonna draft? Do you think they finna draft? Do you think they finna draft 100 million people here? We're talking about
that's true.
we gotta be
That's
realistic.
true.
You just automatically assume it's gonna be the lowest of the low. There'll be
but the
some
draft
people
isn't
that will be
random.
low.
It's
It
yeah,
does
it could be
exactly.
anyone.
If it's random, guess what? They might not be smart, but they might be big, strong, and fast than a motherfucker. They might be puny, but they might know how to develop AI and rebuild a computer. So I don't understand why we just shit on generations. I don't get that.
Because
That's the
they're not
thing.
gonna pick the
That's
cream of the
not
crop.
what
They're
I
gonna
was
pick
doing. I was
anybody.
talking about the reality of the situation, and I was talking about the I mean, if you're going to look at other countries and you're looking at the war and the strategic stuff, we have to look at the reality of the situation here so that we can do better for our generation here.
Well, if you want
I
to look
worked
at the
in
reality
pediatrics
of the
every day.
situation,
I
if
worked in
we're gonna look
pediatrics
at the
every day
reality,
and had to face some really harsh
uh,
realities for the
what I'm
kids.
saying is this. Okay, what I'm saying is if we're gonna look at the reality, fuck, Ukraine's average age of their fighter is 42 years old. They got some 60-year-olds fighting. So shit, if it gets that fucking bad, maybe the older generation that's smart and stronger, maybe they'll get drafted and come help as well.
Plug, can I
I
speak for a
mean,
sec?
we might have to.
Go ahead.
Can I speak
We
for a
might
sec?
have to.
First of all, females are not going to be in combat. Let's keep that shit
Well, yeah,
straight.
that
Y'all are
I
going to
know
be
that.
in the rear. Y'all are going to be in the rear areas. So once again, it's going to fall on the men to go out there and put our necks on the line. And when you got these mamas who underestimate that they raised killers. See, you women, y'all don't face the reality. We got men killing other men in the streets over bullshit every weekend in every major city. So you don't think that these kids ain't ready to deal with going out there and taking somebody's life? And if they
My
go to
nephew
boot camp,
definitely wouldn't be
and,
able
and
to.
if they go to boot camp, they are going to be brainwashed
They
into
got
killing
mad at them.
everything moving.
They got mad when the military started get drafting them gang
That's true
members and
though.
they was throwing up them gang signs and banging and doing this and that with they choppers talking about they coming home with this many confirmed kills and that they was mad. Now they looking around like shit. Where they at? They here. Trust me.
Where the
They get
YNs
the
at?
they get the drafting them and
Name
that's
us.
real. They get the draft. I'm telling you, and they
That's right.
desensitized. They real desensitized, man.
They want
Yeah,
the
that's
Rockies
true.
too. They want the young crackers too. They want the tortillas too. They want all these men folks that's into guns and playing them video games, that is who they going to send to the front line.
Except for they're gonna have to actually get out of the mama's basement, you know, with the moms, and
They're gonna
actually
have
move.
to be able to afford
Not
it.
to do
It don't
something.
matter. It don't matter. The MPs
Oh,
gonna
it
come
will
get
to
their
them.
the
It will
MPs
to
gonna
them.
come pick their ass up out their mama's basement and send their ass to boot camp.
That's
Hey,
the
but the
thing, though,
basement,
man.
I
the basement could
agree.
be looking real
I'm
good.
saying they're skilled. Trust me. I've been working on getting this. I'm working on a kid, but what I'm saying is trying to get him off the video games to go reach his full potential. It doesn't work all the time. It's great
See,
in
that
theory,
sound like
but in
to me.
action.
You know what? That sounds like to me he's a drone operator, natural born abilities. Cause guess what? You can just like Iran got drones, the United States got drones too, and ours are better.
What I'm saying is, since I mean, I'm just a woman, I'm telling you, getting them to take the initiative to go do it because it's not a video game. You have to get some of these men to go to fly. It's why Mama
When they
Bird
don't
has
ever
to
Man,
want
kick the baby out of
grow
the
up.
nest,
I'm gonna keep it all the way
not
real with you,
daddy.
man.
Check
I'm
this
gonna keep
out.
it all the way real with
A
you,
lot
man.
of these birds already flew the nest.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it was you, Dorsey.
Excuse me, miss. What city do you live in?
I'm not gonna tell you where I live.
Okay,
Nebraska,
what state you live in?
Oklahoma, Arkansas. Well,
No,
no,
I live in Indiana. I'm a
folks from
country
Arkansas.
girl.
So how the hell you gonna tell me? Hold up. How you gonna tell me about how these kids are out here in California? You can't tell me
First
shit
of all,
about what
my
how these
cousin
kids.
lives in
I live
LA. He's your neighbor. I
and let me tell
know.
you something.
I
I see these
know.
kids every day. I talk to these
Well, good
kids
for you,
every
Dorsey.
day.
You should go mentor them.
I'm not
Go be a,
mentoring them little killers. Are you out your
oh,
damn mind?
well, then stop bitching about a problem you're
I'm
not
not
willing to
bitching.
fix.
You the one who's bitching because we're telling you they taking their asses into the
So
military.
why in
You
the
the
world
one.
would we want them
Hey
there when
Jane,
they're going to
hold
be
on,
here
chat.
doing
Jane,
evil
it
to
get
you
like that
later?
sometimes, man. And when we get off subject, Jane, listen, we just off subject. When I feel like we too far off subject, I steer us back. You know, it is what it is. It get like that sometimes. But
Yeah, I
don't
like
type
it
in
on the
all
ground
caps
floor.
though. It make me feel
Makes
like you
no
yelling at
sense.
me.
I mean, they don't face the reality, Pug. Like you say, they unrealistic.
Oh,
Shit, we
so
talking about life
unrealistic.
and
Let's
death.
just go arm all the gangsters. That makes so much
I'm
sense.
seeing two different
Shit.
sides
Well,
of this
hold on, Pug. Can
Hold
conversation.
on,
can
hold
I
on.
say
That's the
something?
thing. That's an
Can I say
oxymoron,
something?
though. It's like you calling that the new generation pussy, but now you don't want to arm the gangsters, the real hitters.
No, that's not what I said. I said that
That is what you said.
this
They don't want to take
generation is
responsibility for themselves, or they can't.
they are statistically, that's what came out, Department of Education, the first generation that did not test more educated than the prior generation. It's the first generation to ever
They're,
not do
yeah,
And
that.
I'm
they're
saying
Okay.
that
having
that don't.
problems
I'm
reading and
saying
writing.
that
Yes,
doesn't
so
fucking matter.
in
I'm saying
mathematics
that don't
and
matter.
reading comprehension
I'm
and
saying
everything.
that don't matter.
Can I
All
say
of that
something
doesn't
to her?
matter.
Can I
All of
say
that
something
shit
to
quit
her?
mattering. All of that
Always,
shit
Can
don't
I
Dorsey.
say
matter.
something to her,
Go
Plug?
ahead, Dorsey.
Not what, Dorsey? Damn, I
No,
can't talk.
listen. They call the
Fuck.
WW2 veterans the greatest generation there ever was. And do you know who that generation was? Those were the generation of gangsters, bank robbers, bootleggers. You're talking about people who were Italian mafia leaders. And
What
you
I'm
talking
trying to
about the
tell you is
United
Cameras and
this.
the
States.
internet.
Okay. This is what
And
I'm
you talking
trying to.
about the United
Dorsey.
States ain't prepared?
All right,
But these are
one
also the
mic,
same
one
people
mic, one mic.
you don't
What
want to
I'm trying to
mentor.
say is this. What I'm saying is this. When we're
I'm not
talking
finna mentor
about,
nobody. You mentor your own
don't
goddamn self.
don't worry about it, Dorsey. I know how to solve that. I know how to solve all this shit. All right. So what I'm saying is this. It doesn't matter that this generation didn't test as high as the last generation. If we're talking about war, we're talking about the Department of War. Pete Hegseth, who just said we're in an AI race. These kids are gonna have fucking helmets on that can see through walls with green radar shit. Like where the shit's gonna lock on automatically. You know, like we have supplementation. So for where we lack in that education or whatever, they're gonna automate that shit anyway. That's what's coming. It really, the jobs are gonna be gone anyway. All of that shit's gonna be gone anyway when it comes to the actual fundamentals, going to school. They're telling people you might as well not even be a doctor no more. You know, so let's be all the way honest with you. That shit'll be supplemented. And when it comes to actual physical combat and shit, we gotta realize that it's not the same wars and it's not gonna be fought the same way as it was back then. Like there's a lot of drones going on now. We got all kind of new equipment and shit. So these kids might fare off better than we think. Now, are people gonna die? Yes. I think Americans should die? No, I don't want to be involved in this. But to just, say that it's gonna be all bad, like we didn't just talk about Vietnam, is kind of crazy.
I definitely was not even thinking about the fact that they could use AI like that, or the fact of like, what if Trump is doing this because he's in bed with all these big AI companies and he doesn't care about risking some human lives, because war, as much as it causes death and destruction, it also can make money. And
Yeah,
he's
he
crazy.
does. You're right. He doesn't care. He doesn't even care about any of us either. He's putting all of these
Well,
data
he
centers.
cares about his billionaire friends. It's very, very obvious.
There's obviously an agenda. I mean, these data centers are actually dangerous. It's not even about progressing whatever data center. Each one has its individual private company, whatever. You can choose whichever one, right? But the data centers themselves are dangerous buildings. So when they're building one that's 5 square miles, like if you can even imagine, you're driving 5 miles, you make a left 5 more miles. Like that's how big this one in Texas they're building. But then there's smaller ones. The amount of water, first of all, most of the country currently is in a drought, just random parts. They'll suck up per day anywhere from 300,000 gallons of water to over 1 to 3 million gallons of water, depending on the data center. And it'll evaporate a lot of the water. But then there's like this gray toxic sludge that will be emitted. It'll be discharged into either the groundwater, the wells, the lakes, the rivers, because it has to be. It has to be excreted, and there's no other place for it to go. They're not going to just recycle it somewhere. And also, most filtration systems that we have for our cities and stuff, there's no filter that's designed or created yet to filter out what the data centers excrete. So, and also when it's emitted into the groundwater and wells, which is what we have here in the rural parts of our country, or in the country here, it's emitted into the well water and the groundwater. Well, once, first of all, the wells dry up from being sucked up, and then it's emitted into those, people are bathing in it, drinking it. So, first of all, and this is the last thing I'll say on this point, cancer is going to, just watch 5, 10, 15 years. People are going to make, why is this explosion of cancer? It's data centers. You can just bookmark this. So the most susceptible people to cancer, and I know this for a fact from my education, children, okay? Children are the most susceptible to cancer, especially from this kind of poison. And the reason is because their immune systems have not built up. And especially if they've had all of their vaccines, because of the heavy metals within the vaccines, make their body more acidic.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
All of
I
this,
got
yeah,
it.
let's get away from them deck, because I'm
But I'm
we are
just
live. Hold
saying,
on, we
this is
live on
important.
Fluxation. I'm not trying to get demonetized.
I got
Please.
it. Allegedly. But this is important. Children, the elderly, and anyone who's immune compromised. There will be massive cancer deaths, fatalities. This is a warning. I'm telling you. Fight these data centers, which all of you have. Do not let them in your community. Just at least express your concerns and get a moratorium if you can for these data centers. Because, first of all, once the water's gone, there's no getting it back in many cases. And once they broke ground, they're going to get built. So fight them. And once the NDAs are signed, once your local whatever like we have commissioners here, but whatever they're called, your local state government signs NDAs. They will no longer discuss anything with you, nothing at all. So you have to search to find the information. If private companies are looking in your area for selling any kind of farmland, fight it because they will not tell you. And when you elect someone in November, go and meet them and ask them, will you ever sign an NDA? If they ever say yes or they're hesitant, do not elect them. I don't care right or left because it doesn't matter anymore. They don't care about us. These data centers will they're going to change everything in our country. Mark my words. I've been fighting this and I'm very involved here. We have to fight these.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
That was very informative.
We have to for the generations, not only our generation, but the ones to come. 5, 10, 15, and 20 years, mark those because as soon as they break ground and they get them going, track it. Cancer rates in your county. Mark it.
Hypothetically, could they not build all of this in like the desert or somewhere where there's like no one out there? Is it because they need
Not enough
water,
water.
that wouldn't be possible?
There's
no
not
water
enough
in the
water.
desert.
Well, yeah, that's why when I said it, I was like,
It's okay.
answered my question. Answered
Well,
my own question.
I
They can
think
do
that
it in
there's
Florida. They can do it
but
in Florida.
well, but
But
no, you
there's
got to
so
understand.
many
I think
people in Florida.
I
That's
know. I
crazy.
think that that's the purpose. I think that this goes
Oh
to an
my
agenda to
God.
move people out of the rural areas into big cities. If they get rid of the
Yeah.
water, they poison the water, people can't live there anymore. It forces people where they want them, allegedly.
And that's
And
what
what
they've been
if
trying
like,
to do.
Yes. Well, this
yeah,
speeds it up. You have to understand.
it could
Gets
go
rid of the
further than what
water.
you're saying too.
It
It
gets
could
rid of
go
the
so
water
much deeper.
fast. Gets rid of the water fast. Poisons whatever's left. It does it fast. That's why they have to all sign NDAs. Allegedly.
Uh,
You have to understand the forces of evil are at work. We talking about Satan himself. Satan does not like mankind. He will do whatever it takes to destroy us and help us destroy ourselves. That is what he's been doing for the last 40,000 years. And y'all say y'all believe in the Bible, so I don't see why it's such a leap of faith to see what's already been written.
Daniel.
Isn't there stuff in the Bible about Israel and like what's currently happening in Israel right now?
Yeah, that's what I want to hear from Top Cat. Where Top Cat at?
That's who I'm looking for my backup.
Yeah.
All right, one mic, y'all. One mic. We got to all mute up. Let's hear from Top Cat. He ain't spoken like 30 minutes. Go ahead, Top Cat. You got to mute up, everybody, because we ain't going to hear Top Cat unless everybody on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm going way back to this war stuff. We didn't drifted like, shit. Damn. But way back on the war stuff. So on another point, I'm gonna say I'm gonna go on truth and not on the aspect of what history is showing when it's only going to be put up by one side. Like, oh, this happened and that happened and this happened. Everybody that tells a story tells his story. So let's talk about the situations of the things that happened in the past. So for the Shah to be put into his position, what was that point of how we have wrote up things that we're not supposed to mess with these nations when they're building themselves and they're having their little conflicts? Why have this situation always been this? And then the next thing is, why is Israel a privileged character in this district for any means? Like, just straight up and down, like, why in the hell is it okay for us to be running through here with Israel compared to any of these other nations? They have way more infrastructure, land, oil, stuff. Why ain't we just allied up with the best person to be allied up with? And then we go, Islam. No, that can't be the reason, because Israel has done it how many times, even though that we've stuck with them. So there's a point of what's going on here is in a different situation. Israel is getting, you Israel, allegedly, U.S. Israel. Like we're still doing what they say. We are really actually going ahead with the plans that Netanyahu was speaking about, 15 years ago. Thing that he said since Bush. Let's get into it. And everybody's saying, "Oh, it's this and that." Really, let's go back to it. He said they had weapons. He said nuclear stuff a while ago. Now we are prolifically actually attacking another country. That we have been beefing with for a lot of years. Why haven't we done this when we had the upper hand to a different point where they could have never did anything? It happened after this strategical situation just happened. I'm to a point allegedly with myself of thinking that I don't know what happened on October 7th now because this seems like a plan. It doesn't seem like,
Allegedly.
I think I was fooled for a long time too, looking at this completely different. I
1 second, Top Cat. Steve, you might can join the Discord, Steve, and I might be able to bring you up. If you join the Discord, I might be able to get you your mic in the conversation. Go ahead, Top Cat. You got the floor again.
Yeah, but basically, I'm saying I think it's a big plan. And now I'm kind of looking at October 7th because I'm telling you, allegedly, there was a time back the year before and they were in Ramadan just the same. And they went in there and they kicked and beat on old people and they wouldn't get up from praying. They poured this look like white lime on their heads. And at the same time, they were taking people off their property. And then it was the only time I seen the young men not fight. They back
My bad.
up, but none of them threw no rocks. They didn't yell. They didn't do nothing. They just looked. And I said, something's going to happen. There's no way I would let somebody treat my grandmother that way. Period. There's no American would have let it happen. Nothing. It's Ramadan there and they're praying and fasting. And you come pour some white stuff on my 90-year-old grandmother's head and push them and kick them and push them out the mosque and take it over. I saw some crazy stuff. So I knew something was going to happen. But now I'm looking at it, was this the whole situation? Because they're gaining land. They have no reason not to be on anything but defense. They still already have 75% more land than what they were promised, from the gate in 1920s. And, even moving back in, they lived amongst, they were actually sharing their land with them. They lived amongst their towns. And then I found out today, allegedly, be a thing by the Ukraine for them to come back to actually move back to the Ukraine after there was a skirmish or a situation down there because they were saying they would come back to the Ukraine and be Khazaristas like they used to be in the past. I've been doing a little bit of work on that too. So it goes deeper than what we're looking once we start getting in the book. But in the aspect of like how Solo was talking about it, that's just a one-sided story. Like they have their point to tell in that too, and it's only going to come one way in that situation. The Americans that died over there compared to the Iranians that have been put into propaganda and death, we're not hearing their numbers. And if you're American, it's crazy for us to boast. It's hard for me to think about it because even today, with any life, people being alive, um, on the numbers thing, we still, what the hell are you saying? How we don't know how many people are gone, and we sit up there. Oh, the three. Let's all of us. Yeah, we're gonna do it for all of them, but let's come on the numbers game, on the who's winning game. These ain't blowouts. This is way past blowouts. We usually blow people out. We don't have no skirmishes where we actually, most of the time, if we have loss of life, it's because it was an accident. A chain broke. Somebody didn't do their safety protocol. That's where we have our highest losses at. And I'm not sure that this wasn't one of them too. They're like, oh, we got attacked when they were just trying to, you know, arm some shit and pulled the pin out the wrong way or some dumb shit. It's a whole bunch of times that this is happening. You know what I mean? And now you're live fire. There's accidents and ratios, period. And when you say we just lost and we did a big ass operation and it moved people from all around the world to this one place and all this equipment in this time and we lost 3 people, that was probably the greatest mission they ever did. because they usually don't tell you. So it takes we lose more people moving for something than we usually lose in a conflict. So when all this is causing death, it's causing it's terrible. But on the numbers game, we racking it up. Three to what we probably right now like 3 to 13,000. We don't know how many people we done smashed. Did y'all see that cloud that was out there? It was bigger than any. I was like, man, they're tripping.
I
So
thought someone said 35,000, but that seemed like a pretty high number, so I don't know where that number got pulled from.
that
Trump
was
said
like what they
32,000,
were
but a lot
supposed
of
to have
people
done.
are saying
But
32,000.
we have done in 2 days. I'm pretty sure it's like these are calculated situations. They're not even doing no math stuff. It's not. Nobody has nothing for us in that. Oh yeah, and I wanted to talk to y'all about that aspect of generations. Every time that we go, there's reasons why people have medals of honor and purple hearts and different stuff. Is because it pulls your life being in danger, pulls something out of you that's everything else. You know what I mean? You have and how much will you have to survive when you get in certain situations. So I don't think it's a generational thing. There's going to be like superstars and superheroes in every generation, and it's like that's the American story. Every time all y'all were talking about was an 80s movie like, "Oh, he can't make it. He just moved to another town and everybody's mean and the bully's beating up on him, but he doesn't know he's bigger and stronger and in the end he's stupid, and then in the end he shows everybody that now that I'm here and I get to the situation and I find out that I'm better than everybody and he wins in the end and everybody cheers for him. That's the type of story I'm hearing, because there's no way that the generation of kids here that I've seen, they are overachievers in anything that they have to do. So that's why I know they're kind of better in another way. They're just experiencing things in a different way. They're getting ranked in a different way than what makes us us. So I think they'll go over there and being as American as possible. Like, what? Look at him, he's overachieving. We would have never thought. Like, we are always those guys, you know. So even in the World War, we was those guys. Like, we don't know what they can do. Why? Because we ain't never seen a surfer dude shoot a gun. Like, they don't know.
That's right, California. We raise killers. We ain't with that.
You didn't know that he was a marksman of the year. You didn't know that you just ran up. Yeah, these kids snowboard all the time. Yeah, she ain't that good with math, but she's a hell of an ice warrior. You know, she could do some shit. You never know what's going on with the American people, man. Everybody got their things. We always pull through some shit. That's the American story, Westerns, whatever. So that sound like it to me, like, oh, here comes the underachievers, the bad kid in the class. Well, we didn't know he was that fast. Like, everybody Wesley Snipes, you know. So we good. I ain't worried about that part. But on the point of us not looking at the truth and on a biblical point, it's messed up. Because like Solo was saying, he just sound like the ultimate fucking commercial. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I was like, that's kind of true. Everything he said was facts on every point. Like, but I know the other side of most of those points, and it wasn't that simple. You know, if your consulate got rushed, just like Plug was saying earlier, those I think there was some other laws, it was some, but that was in Pakistan. You know what I'm saying? So there's a different thing going on with Iran's approach to this. They're shooting at random targets that are helping the targets that are, you know, that are letting these things happen. So if you let me use your base or your airspace, so they're bringing them into it. So these countries have their own enemies, right? So if you shoot back, this is what I was saying, the propaganda war. That's what Plug was saying. So if you shoot back, what does their enemies think of them? So what did China, Korea, and Russia say already? They're already condemning this. They're already tripping. So it always happen. So start thinking about Belarus. Start thinking about Turkey. Turkey got an army over there that's pretty nice. You know what I'm saying? They can mobilize. Like start thinking about the micro. Well, to us would be micro wars, but these war machines they have the capabilities, like at least half our capabilities. It's some situations that are over there that Iran is creating now. because Iran is actually shooting at these people. And like, so they're shooting in all these different directions. I believe today they hit a what they hit some in a European country, because the Europeans just now said that they could use their air bases, and as soon as they said it, Iran hit one of them bases, like boom, like so they causing trouble. I'm just giggling, but they causing trouble in all directions and making
It's funny.
everybody look at, it's finna go on.
Brother, I highly doubt anybody's gonna want to go to war with the U.S. over Iran. Out of anybody, Iran, they're not. I don't believe so. I don't think so at all. I don't think no
Listen,
one. I don't
listen.
think no one wants to be involved with the U.S. and
Do
anything
you know how
against
crazy
the
what you just
U.S.
said is? Every state I just mentioned just got in a war involved with the U.S. Everyone that helped them got involved. See, you just thinking one way, like, ooh, nobody want. But if it's really nobody wants to get involved, you be like, I'm out of it. You fly over there, y'all handle y'all war in your own space. But instead, everybody got in the war with the U.S. and they're letting us use their airspace and do all that shit. How do you feel about that? That's what I'm saying. Think about it a different way.
Yeah, I'm
So
saying nobody would want to go against the U.S. They would probably want to help the U.S. as we're seeing now. But I highly doubt anybody would
So
want to go
who's
to
going
war with the
against the
U.S. and have
U.S.?
it risk at losing everything.
Everybody's helping them. Everybody's helping already. That's what I'm saying. You don't go against the U.S. All of them are letting us war. We're crossing so much space to do this. We're doing all these different things. Nobody is just going to war with the U.S. Either
Who
we're
exactly is
bullying
helping
or
Iran?
we're
Who's helping
cooperating.
Iran?
okay,
You
so
said
here's
what?
Who's helping
China and
Iran?
Russia have both been helping them for
What-
just
Listen what I'm
years.
saying. We're landing in Jordan. We're landing in Israel. How many
The,
airspaces are we
the U,
flying to? Do you understand? We're doing stuff that we're not supposed to be doing. We're supposed to have live military shit rolling over your country. You think that's what they do to the U.S.? Russia just fly over here with their bombs and shit, and then go bomb where they want to. No, that means we're helping them. That means we're an ally in that aspect. Even if we're not shooting something, doesn't mean that we're not. We just gave up defense of ourselves. So everybody, you're not fighting just the United States. If we come over there and bomb you in your shit, they're not a coastal place. You
I mean,
understand what
do you
I'm
know
saying?
how interesting it is that we were just flying over? We flew our whole, pretty much our whole arsenal over Iraq for like the last 48 hours. It's like, oh, refueling. We're just back and forth. I mean,
They don't want none of
here,
the smoke. I feel you on that. So
here's
That's
my
what
what?
I'm saying.
analogy.
They don't want none of
Here's
the smoke.
here
They
no.
have they
Yeah,
got
but
official
you know
clearance
why
Listen,
though?
before they did
But do
this.
you
They
listen.
know
got
why
clearance
they
Here,
for
don't want the
everyone to
please.
smoke?
do this.
Do
Can I
you
have a
know
moment?
why they
Here's my
don't want
analogy.
the smoke?
Here's my
They don't want the
analogy.
smoke.
The entire region is literally a hot box kindling. Just imagine this one spark and it all goes. Okay. It
Yeah,
all goes. And that's what it was
Israel.
before we started. Okay. And
Israel.
you got to understand when I mean like Iran has been feeding terrorism in everyone. Like my brother-in-law got blown up in Syria. He was a chaplain. And if you don't know, chaplains can't be armed. They can't carry a weapon. They can't. He was blown up in his deployment in Syria. Okay. So what I'm explaining is Iran would feed and funnel money in. Just pretty much every terrorist organization, they will pretty much send money to. Now, here's what this did. This forced everyone to choose. Everybody. You got to hand this cookie jar, that cookie jar, this one, this one, this one, this one. As soon as we made this decision, Iran's like, well, I've been sending millions and millions of dollars a year over here and millions of dollars over here. And we got Hezbollah, we got Hamas, we got them, but then we've been sending a little bit over here and a little bit over here. I mean, they've got money everywhere. So they probably thought they had more allies, right? Until they're like, well, we're mad at the US. We're going to bomb their bases. Now, their bases are in countries that they've considered an ally, but they bombed the bases in the countries of their allies. Now, that forces that country to choose because if the base is there, that means the US has an agreement for said base. So that means that country suddenly is like, well, if you choose to support Iran, then we're going to have a problem. So that spark set every single one, every single just hot box, hot box, hot box, hot box, hot box, hot box, every one. And suddenly Iran's probably over there like, wait a minute, I've been sending you money, you money, you money, you money, you money. What was
You attacked a U.S. base, 4 or 5 bases in our country, and then you attacked the bases in this country and the bases, and so on and so forth. Every single one of them had to show their cards. Nobody could hide anymore. That's what this did. Now you don't just have an instability in Iran, you have an instability in about 8 different countries because they all had to choose. So everybody had to show their cards. Nobody could hide.
But that's nothing new, though. See, this is what I'm saying. Israel, when they did what they did, already put all these places. This is what I'm saying. For Iran not to be prepared for any of this right now, allegedly, would be fucking crazy. As soon as I saw what Israel was doing. So that's why I believe everybody thinks that it is what it is right now. I think
It's
they've been
not.
preparing for this for a long time. I think
Yes.
every time that they agreed, they stalled. When they shot the missiles and they just landed in the field, they were stalling for reasons. So I believe everything is what it's supposed to be. And I do know what he was saying about this. It's a martyrdom to them. So even them, the ones that do lose their lives, they're in a different point. That's the Ayatollah there. So no matter what point of Islam that you follow, this is still the Ayatollah. This is still going to be the strictest, a complete denomination of what this religion. I'm not saying the book. I'm saying their religion is about. So you're still going to look over there and say that's an authority in this situation that just got smacked. That's still going to be in the back of your head for believing it or being even the strictest of belief of the same of what I believe or the same entity that I'm involved with. But these people are also tribal before this, and everybody thinks that they know everything. So there's a tribal and a bloodline and an understanding that's going with these situations that people are looking at in that factor and not knowing what's up. The United States have done some terrible things there, and they've done some things back, but they've been minimal. Every time somebody does something to us, it's minimal compared to what we do to them. We don't even know how many people we done poisoned over there. We probably didn't Exxon oiled like 5,000 allegedly. We don't. Stuff be happening. We get busy, so I'm never thinking that we lose like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't expect to
Allah
lose.
can't help you now. Allah
Yeah,
can't help you now.
it's over. And if
The
you
thing
get
is,
these young cats,
the Iranian people didn't choose this replacement. He was placed as they. I think that they knew this time was coming, so they had a contingency plan. So he was the contingency plan. I don't know if it'll stop until the regime. It's about the ending the regime, is from what I gather from the press conferences. The regime hasn't ended.
Yes,
They,
exactly. And
so
the
it's not done.
regime, right, exactly. And the regime last week was just lighting an American flag on fire and chanting "Death to America" while bluffing about building 2
they've been
missiles.
doing that shit before you was born twice.
Right.
Like it don't
Okay,
mean
I
nothing.
understand that, but we cannot take a threat like that lightly while they're burning the American flag and have the entire
What are you
parliament
talking about?
Well,
They
chanting
wait,
"Death
burnt
to America." You
people.
can't
They
have
burnt
I
you
don't
Americans.
mean
can't
any
have this.
disrespect.
What I'm
That's
Listen,
saying.
supposed to be, they
They
supposed to be
burnt
a threat.
they
no
burnt
disrespect, but they've been
Americans.
doing
You
this
get
for
what I'm saying? We
47
didn't go do
years,
shit.
and President Obama sent. Do you even have any concept of how much money President Obama sent?
President Obama has sent billions of dollars to them.
Billions.
Billions.
He
And so
gave
what I'm
them their
saying is that they
money
wouldn't
Not
even
back.
have a
It
sent
was
nuclear
their
billions of
program
money.
dollars,
without
but
him.
he gave them their bank
It was
accounts
their
back.
money. That was
It was
their
their
money.
money.
We was holding the money. What are y'all talking about? So we gave them their money back. Who cares about that? What I'm
That
saying
was
on the other hand
that
is
wasn't that was not what that was. And I think
we held like $450 million from them or something. We held it and we've been holding it for like
And
that
so
y'all
many
wasn't
think
years.
and y'all
billion.
think some of that
That wasn't
Afghanistan
5
weaponry and
billion.
all that shit Biden left behind during the withdrawal is not being used right now? Allegedly, you're out of your mind.
How many
Wait,
things have we? How many
hold up.
conflicts have we
Donald
pulled
Trump
out of it?
made those arrangements for that withdrawal.
No,
He
no, it
made a
wasn't.
deal with
No,
the
it wasn't.
Taliban
Joe
so he
Biden did
could
all of
get
that
them
shit.
in there.
Those troops died under Joe Biden's
Hold on.
watch.
Hold on. How much we leave in
Listen,
That
They
was
did
Vietnam?
it
How
Donald
much
backwards.
Trump
we leave in
did.
Vietnam?
listen,
How much we leave in World War II?
I call all
How much
all
we
of this
leave in Korea?
stuff out.
How much we leave in South
Um
America?
the
How
withdrawal
much
from
equipment
Afghanistan
do we leave
was
in any other conflict?
horrific.
When you can say that, you can tell me about this one. All I heard about was this one. I never knew about how much equipment was left before, but we was there training people. I know that the so-called people right now that's getting into it, we gave them all our stuff from World War II. How much was that? That's what I'm saying. They want to talk about that one situation. We didn't win in Vietnam
Both
either.
sides
So
hate us, and both sides screwed up.
I'm talking to Solo. I'm talking to Solo
Oh,
specific.
I'm sorry. I'm
Right.
sorry.
No, and you're right. You're right, Shell.
I'm
Both
trying to
sides did
tell
screw
you,
up
I
in that
don't know.
situation. Exactly.
I
No,
don't
you're
know about
correct on
how
that.
many. But they just spoke on it on this one to make you pay attention to it. But how we lost in Vietnam, how much did we leave there? You know, we had people there for so many more years still dealing with stuff. So how much stuff was there? How much stuff we leave in World War II and World War One? How much stuff did we leave in any of those naval campaigns on the islands? How much stuff did we do? Because we left things for infrastructure and we left things to train the people that was there. And if we lost, we lost. We left whatever the hell technology or whatever was right there too, or munitions or whatever. But we're not talking about that when there was some kind of
Yeah, because there's no need to talk about that's in the past. They're not using World
No,
War
no, no.
One
In
weapons on
Vietnam,
us right now. The
in
weapons are
Vietnam,
completely
many
upgraded.
things were
If you're
decommissioned
talking
when
about
we
a
left.
20-year
They
war,
decommissioned stuff when we left, and that's not what happened in Afghanistan. Everything was abandoned. Bases, full bases with full like everything,
Yes.
including addresses and all of the people who assisted. Everything was left. Like we left
A lot.
everything.
$9
We,
billion worth of
we
shit.
didn't decommission anything. We practically left the
that's
keys in there.
exactly what I'm saying. Y'all saying that right now, but you're not thinking about Vietnam. You're not thinking about what
Listen,
y'all think nothing
they,
was left there.
okay,
Come on,
listen.
half the squadron is dead. Why we're not? What we going to do with this?
They at
Make
least
sure it gets back to them.
decommissioned their stuff in Vietnam as much as possible. We didn't even attempt to decommission anything. We didn't even take the damn paperwork. We didn't put a freaking virus on the computers.
That's why you talking about these generations. That's why you say.
Because listen, because I'm just saying, at least on their way out, they would at least try to
Oh, fuck
decommission
him.
something in Vietnam. At least they had that much sense. Like, oh, we gotta leave this stuff behind. Let's just try to
But how would you? No, this is what I'm saying. How would you ever know though?
How would you ever know what?
If I didn't decommission it and it's just whatever, and
Then
shit
you
ain't
lose
like
a tank that wasn't decommissioned. You don't leave an entire base. You don't
you're not,
abandon an
you're not
entire
getting
Bagram
you're
and
not
just
getting
be
what
like,
I'm
hey
saying.
guys, well, you know what? We even made dinner for you.
Hold
How would
on,
you ever
hold
know?
on, hold on. Can I say
How would you
something?
ever know?
What
Can
are
I
you gonna
say
tell me?
something?
What are you gonna tell me?
We didn't leave them shit. We left that shit to the Afghan army. They abandoned that shit.
Oh yeah, you
Don't
tell me all about what you think I don't know about Afghanistan.
check this out. Did we not leave? Did we not leave all those vehicles and equipment for the Afghan army?
Oh, the Afghan army that was also supposed to assist us? And then
But
all
did
of our
we?
American
Hold on.
citizens
No,
and
no.
people that
Hey,
we left behind?
what they
all of
did
them?
or not? Did we not leave that shit for them?
Oh,
Did
and
we
they
not leave that shit
and
for
they
them?
kept it?
We were not supposed to leave
No,
it.
wait,
supposed.
please,
We
I
left
respect.
that
We were
equipment
fully withdrawn
for
from
the
Afghanistan.
Afghan
You're
We were
telling
told
me
it was
that we
leaving
left
Afghanistan.
it. Oh, you're telling me that it was the Afghan army that was in control of Bagram Air Force Base. You're telling me that it was them, right? And it wasn't? It wasn't the Taliban?
Them. Exactly. They abandoned their
Oh, it
damn
was.
position.
Oh, it was,
It was
right?
the Afghan army that
Oh, yes,
abandoned
it
all
was.
that equipment.
And who were we there to assist?
We were there to get rid of the Taliban. We wasn't there to assist.
Wait, and who were we there to assist?
Because the Afghan government was not was not making was not invited to Camp David.
No,
to,
who were we there to
work on the treaty.
Dorsey, who were we there to assist?
We weren't there to assist nobody. We were there to get rid of the Taliban. That's
And
what we were
you
there
said we
for.
left it for someone because we were assisting the Taliban army because they couldn't keep Taliban at
No, the
bay.
Afghan army. The
Yeah, that's what I
Afghan
just said.
army.
That's what I just said. And
No,
so
you
we were
said
supposed to leave
Taliban. You said
because
the
they
Taliban army.
overran the Afghan army. And you said we were supposed to leave everything to the Afghan army. We were there to assist them, but when we left, how would they say, thanks, the Taliban won't overrule us?
Because we left them this stuff to
Because
fight
we
with.
are
We them the stuff to fight. And they abandoned the shit just like they did with ISIL. Remember all that equipment?
Because
Remember all that
do it
equipment
in the
we just
first
left
place?
gave over to ISIS?
Because
So
they
why
couldn't do it in the
we
first place.
shit over
Dorothy, I don't
there?
understand how this doesn't make any sense. Is this the rah-rah in you, right? It's not
Here
making
we
sense to you.
go.
It's not clicking? Not click-clacking?
Excuse me, miss. First of all, let's go by what is a fact. A fact is Trump, hold on. Trump took the Taliban to Camp David and left the motherfucking Afghan government out of the negotiations. So they had no idea what the fuck Trump had signed.
Damn. That's fucked up.
Oh, so you're saying that he didn't speak with the Afghanistan.
No, he didn't, and that's why it got fucked. Because some people's like, "What the fuck did you do, Trump?"
Oh,
He
because
just
it was Trump. It was Trump that
Trump
pulled
wasn't
out,
in power during that time.
right? Because it was Trump
Trump
that did.
was in power because he left.
Yeah, during the
he
Afghanistan
signed
withdrawal,
the
no, it was not.
agreement.
I'm just wondering because he made the call.
Trump made that call.
He did, right? I'm
Trump
just
made
wondering.
it without power. It's insane.
That's crazy. That is only one.
I mean, maybe Biden's making the call right now, and that's why we're at war.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if we're just getting the
Right,
facts right.
yeah.
Maybe
No,
he's the reason
yeah,
we're
maybe it's
Biden
Obama
did-
in his basement in his
Maybe
pajamas,
it's Obama.
right? Allegedly.
Obama's
Allegedly.
over
Like
there
you said.
taking the calls right
Like
now.
you said, allegedly he's in his basement with his pajamas with
I
a
know
microphone
one
in his
idiot
ear.
is a
Allegedly.
MAGA.
Maybe it's
There's
Biden
one
taking all
idiot
these
that's
calls
a
over
MAGA
there right now for Iran. I don't know.
Shit.
I don't know.
We know one person in the chat is an idiot, and they go by the name of MAGA.
First of all, I'm not. I don't. I'm so done with political
What he's talking
idiot
about.
I've called out Trump so much time on the bullshit. I don't care about any of it. But I can at least look at a situation and be like, who made the call?
Object.
Because frankly, I'm so pissed off at Donald Trump right now. I don't care. So you don't get to label me because it doesn't suit you.
No, I didn't say you. He know who I'm talking to.
Yeah, I don't go by MAGA, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't go by MAGA.
All that Obama shit. Obama been out of office for a damn near what? 10 years? And y'all keep on bringing back Obama. Obama didn't have shit to do with
Obama
it.
gave them a lot of money.
Where
do you think all this money and some of this funding for equipment and shit goes
Who did he give the money
what?
to? When you
Like
say
what?
he
They're,
gave the
like
money,
what? They're just keeping the money. Just holding
Who
on
you
to it
talking
for good
to?
luck. Like,
Wait, hold on. Who are you talking about? He gave the money to who?
Ayatollah.
Okay, so when Obama negotiated with them to end their nuclear program,
which they
did, gave them money, and then what happened? Trump came
built it
in
anyway.
and reneged on the deal.
Yeah, and we all said that they would, but they did it anyway because we all said don't do it, and he did it anyway. And then he used that money to do it.
And it would have succeeded had Trump not came and ended everything that Obama had accomplished.
Yeah, and then Obama still whines about it. I think they all need to just shut up because I'm sick of hearing about them bitch and whine like they're in an old relationship.
Well,
they all need to shut up.
My whole thing is none of this shit started cracking until Obama left office. None of this shit started cracking off till Obama left office. Then it was under Trump's watch.
You know what? They all need no, you don't get to play that game either. Listen, I'm going to call Trump out on his bullshit. I'll call that on bullshit. First of all, I don't know how Obama gets a pass on his immigration shit when he did far worse. I don't want to hear it. Okay? He did far worse. He gets a pass on everything? No.
But it felt
We're in this
better.
situation with Iran because of him. That thanks Obama. Listen, I will call it out left and right. I'm sick of all of them.
he also started 8 wars as well. He bombed 8
Sick of it.
countries.
He was no saint. Neither is Trump. Neither is Biden. They all hate us. I'm sick of it. And they want to argue.
Tomcat, you gotta
like
mute
they're
up when
any
you're not talking.
relationship. Like one's better than the other. None of them are. Sick of it.
It
Sick
felt
of it.
better.
I'm sick of it.
So what makes you say that?
Which thing?
What do you not like that Trump
About
has
which
done?
one?
I mean, just give me an example. You said you didn't
Okay,
like none
well,
of them.
first of all, if you really look at the situation, let's just talk about your energy bill. I'm sure it's going great, and everyone wants to blame one party when it's really both parties. And the thing is that if you really step back and put all bias aside, they will make us argue with each other and hate each other as a distraction so that they can do their nonsense. For example, it was the Green New Deal stuff that started it. Please keep in mind, we let me get to our side, okay? The left stuff, Green New Deal. The laws got put in place, right? So they got, like, depending on your state, the bills will be different. But the Green New Deal started the implementation for changing laws for farmland to put solar panels, windmills, all of that stuff up, right? That also allowed energy companies to go in and start changing things. And then the energy companies could start building data centers themselves. But then we bitched and moaned and whined and threw fits about how, oh, the Green New Deal and the Democrats are so bad. However, we get elected and then we decide, well, we got to one up their BS. Okay, we're not only going to build data centers on farmland and make it sound like it's just so much better when it's not. We're going to pollute the groundwater and change the infrastructure of the groundwater for generations. Okay, because it's all a system. It's a circular system where both sides hate us. But if we can get all of them to just argue with each other about race and economics and all of this, then they won't see what we're doing, but that's what they're doing. And that's just one example. There's a million different examples. It's a play. And I'm over it. Like, I don't even identify anymore. I'm so over it. I don't identify anymore with a political party because, I mean, they'll all lie to get what they want. They'll get your vote and then they'll do whatever they want. And that's pretty much where I am right now. Yeah.
So, can you provide proof that these data centers are a bad thing for us, and
No,
which administration put these data centers, like, wanted to create these data centers? Like, who was it?
Okay. Well, actually, I can give you a lot of evidence for this because I just told off an executive last week for one of the electrical companies here in my state who tried to argue with me about data centers. And then when I threw the facts in his face, he got really quiet. The reason that they have to hide behind so many NDAs is because when they go to your local, and I'm talking like we call them county commissioners here, but you might call them somewhere else depending on your state. So your local government, whoever is like your mayor and then your commissioners or whatever you call them, okay? They'll have them sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. And that's if there's a plot of land, because usually they want to hide what's coming from the elected. So you guys elect them, okay? But they don't want the public to know what's coming until it's already set in stone. So they hide behind a non-disclosure agreement. Then if there's something concerning within that, within whatever the contract is, they can hide behind the NDA of the elected officials. This goes on everywhere there is a data center. So they can hide behind it as long as possible. So if there's a plot of land that they want for a data center, okay, you shouldn't have to hide behind your electorate if there's no problem. Okay, so here's one of the things. You might hear them say something about closed loop systems, for example, where they're like, oh, we'll just recycle the water. We'll keep the water, we'll circulate it, and that will cool the data center so that it won't pollute the groundwater. That's not true. They end up purging a larger amount. It's almost like a bulk amount of this gray sludge into the groundwater, reservoirs, lakes, whatever it is. It's a larger plume. Like, it doesn't happen as often, but it's more potent. And when they discharge that to like well water, wherever you are, wherever they're getting the water from is where it goes into. Okay. And it's toxic. Okay. If you got too close to it and drank water from it, you could go in and you could have seizures. But it's distributed. So when it funnels out, it's, but they're putting these suckers right next to residential areas. And depending on the size of the data center, I remember one guy, he asked AI, where these should be. And AI said that they shouldn't put an AI data center over, I think it was like what was it, 2 something megawatts or I don't know. It was a really large one. It's like keep it away from like residential areas, schools. Like it said to keep it away from people, but they were building it next to them. IAI literally said, "Keep me away from you." And it
All
said
right,
it was
go ahead,
because
Solo.
of these reasons. Like,
So is there anything else that you don't like about Trump? That's something that probably like it'd be obvious that we would know.
well, just so you know, on this channel, I was the one that advocated for his election.
Yeah, so did I. Right.
Yeah.
But
So here's
I
another
don't
reason.
regret it as you seem to have regretted your vote. I don't regret my vote. I'm just trying to figure out why you
It's not
regret
that I necessarily
or
regret
don't
my
like
vote.
them. Right.
Here's the thing. I've changed my opinion because I'm going to try to keep this to where Plug's channel doesn't get flagged. I'm going to allegedly, and I'm not going to talk about it all. If you have reviewed the Epstein files at all, if you've done any research on it at all, and you've seen any of the videos at all, he lied to us. He lied to us. He lied to us.
Who's
he said he was going to drain the swamp, and then he didn't. And if you've seen, there was one video I saw, and I don't want to see anymore. I don't want to see anymore. The screams. Hang on. The screams and cries of that kid and everything. And I know that he has had to see worse. And then, you guys, he was just kind of like, we just need to move on. Just move on. Let us do what we want to do. Forget it. Those are our kids. Those are the women and children for generations. And the fact that in these files it says that the people we trusted are presidents, the elite, and they farm us. So any person that says they're going to go in and they're going to protect us, they're going to protect the women, they're going to protect the kids, and then lies to our face and says, just, guys, gas went down 10 cents a gallon. Aren't you happy?
Way more, more than 10 cents a gallon. But I mean, so what?
Well, no.
Gas going up right
Does
now.
Trump have evidence for Epstein files? Like, why are you saying he lied? What did he lie about?
He didn't prosecute anybody. Not one person. Not one.
Okay, I mean, the files were just released not long ago. Do you think that takes time? And didn't two people just get prosecuted as well, though?
I'm sorry. How long have they had this?
Didn't Bill Clinton just testify allegedly?
Okay. How long have they had this shit? We're not going to play stupid about this. How long have they had this?
How long have they had what? The files?
These files. How long have they had this?
There is no telling.
Are we going to pretend?
Telling how long they've had these files. But there's a reason why they didn't release them. There's a clear reason why they didn't do so.
Listen, Donald Trump was the one that turned him in the early 2000s. We're not going to pretend like he didn't know this was going on. He was, listen.
Do you want to know how he got known that this was going on? Because the Virginia Guthrie allegedly.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
I'm just telling you how he got involved into knowing this type of shit. When the allegations came out, and the same person inside of Mar-a-Lago, which the reason why he got kicked out of allegedly was, damn, fuck, I just said her fucking name and I just forgot about it. It's crazy.
All I'm saying is that if you're a president that can put together the kind of battle plan that is currently taking place in the time frame that you can do that, and you can put together a battle plan to go down and remove a president from Venezuela, then you have enough time to go through and help the victims and the babies that were slaughtered and the women that were raped and the women that were murdered, and you can go at least arrest one individual.
Well, to be fair, the reason why we picked up Maduro is because during the Biden administration, Maduro brought a warrant. We had every legal right to go get Maduro and also free the Venezuelan people. Just like we freed the Iranian people.
That's not what I'm saying. Reel it in. What I'm saying is he could pull together a battle plan to do that you could find victims. You can find, listen, you can go and arrest one of these elite buddies, okay? And you can do it. You can do it. You've had years. You've had two terms of office. Some of these emails are decades old.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. It's horrific.
Okay.
The whole thing is horrific.
Listen, if it was your wife or your daughter. I can't with this. I can't. There is a level of incompetence. There are literally other countries burning down their parliaments because of the stuff in these files. And here we are sitting here pretending and being incompetent. Like, oh my gosh, you guys, just forget about those. Forget about it.
I had no doubt in my mind of saying he needs to forget about it, but these files were just
That's
like
what he said.
to
No.
where you know a lot more than you previously did was through this administration, and now you're demanding for the arrest. Before you were demanding for the release. Who released it? He did. He released it. Democrats hold power for 16 out
He
of 20
released it
years.
to
They
shut
had
us up.
all power to do so, but they couldn't, or they didn't want to. That's up
He
for
released
debate.
it to shut us up. He said, how many times has he come out and said, why don't we forget about these files? And then when we didn't shut up about it, he released them. And he's like, can't we just move on from this? How many, just go pull something up. You'll hear it on repeat. And
What
then
yeah, exactly. I heard that repeat. And you know why he said that? He's saying that he has no affiliation into the negativity that these Epstein files have been promoting. His name is cleared.
Listen, I'm
Allegedly.
done.
That's what he's
Listen,
saying. His name is
I don't
completely
care about
cleared.
his name. That's exactly it. He is too close to it.
But that's what
No,
he's saying. That's what
I don't
he's
care.
saying. That's what
Then
he's saying.
prosecute the people who are involved.
I agree. But the files
But
literally just came out not long ago. This shit takes time. There are so many people in those fucking lists. There's so many. There's a lot.
That's not what he said.
And there's
Not what he
also
said.
and there's
That's
also
not what he said.
mostly accusations in there as
No.
well. There's no back evidence proof of none of it.
Okay. Yeah. You know
There
what?
isn't.
I can't. You know what? You are not going to get it because there are victims. There are living victims. And
Yes,
there are people.
living.
Okay.
Yes,
No.
Virginia
So
Guthrie is
prosecute
one
those
of them.
people.
Yes,
It's so
Virginia
simple.
Guthrie is her name.
What did I say right here? I said prosecute one person then, and they won't.
Bill Clinton's already been testified for this shit. What do you mean?
And I'm sorry, what did he do when he was called to testify the first time?
Waived his right, I think it was.
No, he didn't show up.
Well, he didn't show up. Yeah, right.
That's
exactly.
not a waive. That's a refusal. That's
Right.
different.
And he
No,
should
that's a
be
whole
arrested.
different.
And then what happened the second time? Because I had to testify, and all the Trump shit came out.
Forced
They
to
had
go,
get
and
him,
then
right? I
threw
mean,
a
yeah.
fit.
I mean,
Then
yeah,
threw a fit
absolutely.
like a
He's forced to
baby.
go as he should be.
Forced to go and threw a fit like a baby.
I mean,
Did we get
listen,
any answers?
just like the police say to you as well, they might have seen you do it, but you're not proven. You're proven guilty or whatever, and it's whatever the fuck this shit is saying in the court, whatever the fuck that is.
Innocent until proven guilty. That's
right.
fine.
The same thing
But
that cops tell you. Even if they saw you do it, you still ain't like, you know what I'm saying? But obviously, you got proof and information and pictures and shit that, as we've both seen, horrific. But then again, the files that just came out. This is a whole process they have to do. This is insane.
They came
It's
out
like
for
the biggest thing
us.
ever.
You're forgetting. They came out for us. These things have been out. Listen, Obama, let's just think, remember, who was serving in Obama's administration?
Tell me.
Hillary Clinton. So
Oh, yeah.
these files existed during her administration. Why do you think she wanted to be president so bad? You got to understand how far this corruption goes. We are like, fine, we finally got him. We complained enough. We whined enough. We know. Now we're like, okay, we're going to get something done, right? We're going to get some, I mean, for the victims that didn't survive, we're going to get some justice for them. Or the victims that are still out there. No, nothing.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I know. I agree with all that what you're saying. But my argument to this, my last argument would be is that the Democrats tried everything to do what to Trump? Sell his shit, jail his shit, take his shit off. You know what I mean? Like all that type of shit. All they had to do was get these files that Trump himself allegedly just released, right? They should have did that and got him legally into the court system. Got him legally in there to be on trial for these. All they had to do was release the shit. But they didn't do that. They didn't do that. You want to know why they didn't do that? And like you said, they had all of this time to do it.
It's not about him.
It's not about him. It's not about him, really. So they're trying to take this man's life, and it's not about him.
Oh my God.
Why are we so scared of Donald Trump? Why are we so scared of him?
I think
Get his ass legally.
No,
Get him legally where he can't even bond out.
Hang on. Reel it in here. Because these files are about victims. I mean, I know it's really hard to remember them, but the people that are slaughtered and drained and eaten. So maybe you can forget about Donald frickin' Trump for a second and try to find justice for these people.
And you're sitting here acting like I don't want justice for these people.
Then stop talking about Donald Trump. I'm sick of him.
I'm asking why. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm just
Why
trying
am
to
I
get your
sick of
whole
him?
point.
Because he
I'm-
lied.
Probably because he's in the files and all over the files.
Yeah, and his
Listen,
name
no,
in the
I don't even
files
care
with
about that
just
right now.
accusation.
You know what? I actually don't care about that right now because he lied to me, and I hate it when people lie to me.
So he probably lied about other things, like the files.
Listen, this is where my thing is. Hillary Clinton and Obama would have totally got him if he was in the files and there was evidence enough to get him. Okay.
Thank you.
So
That's what I'm
let's just
looking
be
for.
honest. No, let's just be honest. I'm pissed at him. But there were way too many opportunities. You had Obama, you had Clinton, you had Biden. If there was something in there, it would have been daddy dung cakes for him. All right. It would have been everywhere. All right. But now we have to take it back to the victims there. Okay. Now, was he perfect? Probably not. But if there was something in the concrete that they could have got him, they would have. I really believe that.
Shelly, that's all I'm trying to get out of you. I'm not saying that these people shouldn't be, the victims shouldn't be answered and these people should be in prison, in the bottom of the fucking prison. I agree with you on that. That's not what I'm asking. That's also not what I'm trying to defend. I'm asking you, why did you hate Donald Trump? You gave me the answer for that. And then we went into this. I was just trying to understand why you hated him. Yes, his name is
I don't
supposedly.
hate him. I'm like disappointed. He lied. I defended him. I encouraged people to vote for him. And then not only did he lied about getting justice for these victims. He turned on us people who trusted him, and he did it to our faces. And then things that he promised he didn't do. And
Like
now I'm
what?
looking at having.
Like what?
Okay, which thing? Okay, first of all, he said that we were going to have all these jobs. He brings AI here. AI is going to take all of our jobs. We're going to get poison-ass water. My electric bill is $1,400 for 2 months, and he talked about how everything was going to be better. It's not better. Okay, people are going bankrupt because of the energy bills, because of monopolized utility, and nobody's here to help us. Not only did his government turn on us, the local state government did because of the stuff that he changed the laws on. So I can go down a whole list on things he lied to me about. And I don't like it.
So he promised you, like, I mean, job search right now is up.
Really?
Yeah,
Who's
it is.
that?
It is actually up. It is.
Yeah.
After they fired all those federal workers from their jobs.
Well, listen, like some of the federal jobs, in fairness, some of those federal jobs had to go. There was a lot of fraud in there, and fraud needs to be cleaned up. It does. It's bad. We can't afford it. We're gonna be broke as a joke. People don't even know what's coming, because if you don't have these things anywhere near you, just wait. Wait till it hits you. It hit our community. It's bad. It's worse than you can imagine. It's worse than you can imagine.
I'm not seeing none of that. My bill has not gone up that much. Then again, I probably don't live in a bigger house like you do. But
I don't live.
my shit is
It's not like that. It's not like that. That's not what's happening. You got people in one bedroom, one bath houses that are getting hit with $250 in delivery charges.
But okay, but you said how much money is your electrical bill?
It's $1,400 for 2 months. I had $500 in delivery fees for this last month alone. Delivery charges are how this utility is able to fund their $8.3 billion data center project that they got. We have a monopoly.
I'm not gonna lie, $700 for electricity is insane.
No, a monopoly on gas and electric. That's what they have. So there's no other option for gas and electric here.
I've never seen an electric bill that high. That is insane.
Well,
you're from Louisiana.
She's running that data center from her house.
Chill out.
It's not even like that. So that's the thing. And I don't keep my house like 75. It's not like that. So,
that's those private electric companies for you. You want to privatize everything. That's what happens when you privatize everything. They take advantage.
They increased the delivery fees here astronomically, and especially in the regions where there are no other options but them. So some places you can actually switch and just have like just electric with them and then switch to a gas company. We don't have that option here. It's only
Yeah,
them.
same where I am. There's only one
Hey, I
electric
got a
company, and
question.
we don't have an option. There is no
Yes.
option. It's just RI
I'm glad I
Energy.
don't live.
RI
I'm
Energy
glad I
is
don't
the
live where y'all
only.
live. That's insane.
And
I
so
got a
then
question.
when they got the data center and they started building it,
Yo, I think
that's
Dorsey wants to say something. I'm sorry to interrupt, but he's been
you're fine.
waiting for like a long time.
Solo, this question is for you.
Yeah.
When you was 18 years old, how old were the girls that you dated? How old were the girls that you dated when you was 18?
He didn't
My
get
age
no
or higher.
guns.
Your age or higher? So
Yeah.
every girl you dated when you was 18 was 18 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because it sounds like to me that you want to make exceptions to Donald Trump and the rest of them people who did that dirt to them girls.
How am I making
because
exceptions?
you-
What exceptions am I making?
because you're talking about, they're supposed to be prosecuted and they're supposed to be going. No, it don't work that way. First of all, a grand jury has to be
Like I
drawn
said
up.
before that, I
and
said a
charges.
process has to insinuate the files that we now know of all these other people allegedly were just released. Allegedly, it takes a process. Like I told Shelly can back me
Okay,
up
so
on this.
what about the redacted ones that were crossed out, the first files that were released with Donald Trump name in it? What about all them?
The ones where all the girls' faces were redacted.
No, I'm talking about when Donald Trump name was redacted.
In what? I mean, what was
In
the
the
context of his name being redacted
in
from?
the first million pages that were released, that Pam Bundy went and redacted and crossed out all damn near everything.
1 second, Dorsey.
And
I'm gonna
said,
give you the floor back,
there's
Dorsey.
nothing
Hold
to
on.
see. First of all,
Dorsey.
they promised to release the files.
All right, Chad, they can't hear me.
She said, the files are sitting on my desk. Then she said there was nothing in the files to see. Then when Congress got in their ass about it, all of a sudden there's 3 million pages of files.
Hold on.
How do you go from 0 to 3 million?
All right, hold
How
on,
did the
Dorsey.
guy that
Hold
lied
on,
about it
slow
instead
down,
of not
slow down.
releasing? Okay.
1 second, y'all. I'm finna end this live on Plug Station. If y'all want to hear the rest of this conversation, head over to Debate Nation with 2 N's at the end. I have it linked on the community tab wall, and I just dropped it in the chat. Appreciate y'all for rocking with me on Plug Station. I see y'all on Debate.